It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in a traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the I sat on the roof and kicked off the moss. Well, a few of the verses, well, they've got me quite cross, but the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do, you see, I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really mean, yours are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world.
Well, welcome to all of you. Elaine, Dolly, anyone else? There's 5 concurrent listeners. Before we get started, I just wanted to say it's not exactly a good day. Certainly not in America, most certainly not in Minneapolis. And we had another shooting. For those of you who didn't hear, this happened this morning in South Minneapolis. Apparently the person that was shot and killed was emergency room nurse. And I do have a video that I'll play of the tragedy. We have to look at these things now. Some will. Some might find it difficult, and I would advise you perhaps not to do that. But if it bothers you, I think it's important for those who are able to endure things like this to put our full set of eyes on it and let your ears and your eyes tell you what truly happened. We're really struggling. Welcome, Janie. Good to see you. I think as a nation, to put together what is true and what is not true. I'm going to play a very short song, one that many of you have heard. It's from really based on the tragic events that happened in America with the death of Abraham Lincoln, John Kennedy, and his brother Robert Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., or RFK, sorry. And then, of course, Martin Luther King Jr., who died in 1968 along with Robert Kennedy. And then we're having deaths today, in my opinion, just my opinion, needlessly, shouldn't be happening. And wouldn't be happening. Americans have every right to exercise their, it's in our amendments in the Constitution, our freedom to assemble, our freedom to speak, our freedom to protest, our freedom to gather. And by simply doing that and using a cell phone, you put yourself at risk. That shouldn't be, that's unlawful. And yet, I think when the dust settles on this cloud of tragedy, the truth will eventually come out. So I wanted to play this song. I thought it was appropriate after another death in Minneapolis.
Anybody here seen my old friend Abraham? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. You know, I just look around and he's gone. Anybody here seen my old friend John? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. I just looked around and he's gone. Anybody here seen my old friend Martin? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. I just looked around and he's gone. Didn't you love the things that they stood for? Didn't they try to find some good for you and me? And we'll be free someday soon. He's gonna be one day. Anybody here see my old friend Bobby? Can you tell me where he's gone? I thought I saw him walking up over the hill with Abraham and Martin and John.
Well, that's certainly an anthem for our generation, in the 60s at least, and all of the, if human life is actually a value and important to us, we speak about and we hear about people who claim that life is sacrosanct, and yet I wonder about that. We live in a world governed by strength, by force. We live in a world governed by power and certainly violence, as we saw again today. And I mentioned in a previous video about a New York Times article that came out some time ago. I should bring myself up on camera here. Just 1 second. A New York Times article. It talked about statistics, I suppose it originated from anthropology, perhaps, or historical studies, but in recorded history, which would be the last 3,400 years or so, 92% of the time the world has been at war, which means 8%, the world's been at peace in the last 3,400 years. I'm going to quote somebody here. You tell me if you know who this is. He who would live must fight. He who does not who does not wish to fight in this world has not the right to exist. Who do you think said that? Well, you'd find it in the book Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler, the fascist leader insists that we're called to violence, that that's the only way we'll survive. I think there is a way to fight against what's evil, but we know that the great leaders that we pay tribute to. The song I just played was really an anthem to people who are nonviolent, peaceful, justice-seeking, mercy-bearing peacemakers in society, who did pay the ultimate price, as did the ones they believe in faith, Jesus himself. But ultimately, good will triumph over evil. Today in Minneapolis, we are aware, most of us, I'm sure, of a shooting that occurred this morning. But the fascists, and that's what I want to talk about, is fascism. And Christian fascism. I don't believe for a minute that the two actually coexist, because Christianity and fascism are polar opposites. Fascism is contrary to the gospel of Jesus Christ, as you will see. But they exercise their power through violence, as did the first fascist in recorded history, I think, would have been Constantine in the 4th century in Rome. He issued Pax Romana with violence, with the sword, not the methodology of Jesus, who said, put your sword away. If you don't, if you live by it, you'll die by it. So, peace through violence and intimidation is exactly, without any mistake, what we're seeing today. It's the doctrine of Hitler, his Third Reich, and I'm just going to come out, and I'm fed up with being mealy-mouthed and just soft-pedaling the truth. The Fourth Reich of Donald Trump. That's what, in my opinion, it is. If anybody doesn't like what I'm saying, then I insist you leave and don't come back. But I think this is important enough that I'm going to speak plainly and directly. You know, this is truly the Fourth Reich. And Constantine was the first, and Hitler's was the third, and now we have the fourth. Peace through violence and intimidation will fail. It's just a matter of time. And but there's a new feature, and that's really what I want to focus on. Is modern fascism is trying to blend into it or coexist with a kind of Christianity that they call Christian nationalism. And I want to go through that. That's what I want to address. There are some good things going on in this world, and I do want to address some of those. Let me welcome Phil. I'm glad to see you here. And so, you know, this won't be for the faint of heart. This is going to be, you know, straightforward. If someone doesn't agree with me, then I advise you to leave now, leave immediately. This is a place where you will be hearing about, I would say, a very centrist view of Christianity. It's not extreme. What we're seeing that's extreme, that I'm going to point out, is Christian fascism, another word for Christian nationalism, which has been condemned by the National Council of Churches in our country and around the world. It's been condemned, and it's been condemned for a very good reason. And I'll go through all of that. Asuka, welcome to you. So I'm going to begin with a a bit of good news, actually. It's not all bad news, as much as it may seem to be at times.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for.
I want to play another one. Some of these are difficult to watch, but I think they're important that we take them in. When we breathe in the hate that we find in ice, let's breathe out peace, if that's possible, and I believe it is.
What? Wait!
Under Fourth Amendment, your home is your castle, and if you do not invite them in, it is a blatant constitutional violation to break down a door with a battering ram, especially when they know that there's a 9-year-old inside.
Have some of these raids gone too far?
No, I think they haven't gone far.
This comes as a CBS News investigation reveals that some of those tactics also violated Department of Homeland Security policy.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So.
We're going to record you, have your face and your name, and we're going to place you in a database we call domestic terrorism, simply because you're breathing, living, standing in your neighborhood with a phone in your hand.
Yeah, just take that in, take a deep breath and take that in. That the government feels it can put us on a terrorist list for using our cell phone. Here's one more.
How much of a fucking asshole can you be?
Now this is what they were talking about. Y'all antagonizing people. Y'all instigating shit. Y'all instigating shit. Y'all bogus as hell.
The post reads, ICE came to my brother-in-law Sally's apartment, broke down the door, trashed the place, handcuffed him, put a gun to his daughter-in-law's head. They did not allow him to put on proper clothing and forced him outside in freezing weather. Sally is a naturalized U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record. ICE drove him around for nearly an hour, questioned him, fingerprinted him. Only after all of that did they realize he had no criminal history and no reason to be detained. They then dropped him off back at his apartment like nothing happened. We believe they were looking for someone who previously lived there, but instead of asking for identification, they chose violence, intimidation, and humiliation.
I'm going to play one final one, and this is the one that came from today's murder. I'll call it a murder because I believe it is a murder. It looked like a murder to me. That's what my eyes saw, as my ears heard. Before I do, as I say, this is the current state of affairs in Minneapolis. This shooting occurred in South Minneapolis this morning, I think around 10:30 or so. And this is a video. I've seen several. This is the one that seems to give the best angle to what ICE did when they shot this person. I counted no less than 5 to 12 shots.
People, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly. my God. The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Ah! Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance. Somebody call the ambulance.
It's pretty horrific to watch and to listen to. I think, Angela, at least 10 shots, perhaps more. Or Dolly, sorry. These are America's streets. The last time that I remember at my age, I'm an old guy, but Kent State, I believe four Kent State students were murdered, 9 were injured when the National Guard was called out. Today it's the ICE that's being called out. I don't know if this is true. I shudder to think that it might be, but perhaps this is what the President Trump, our fascist leader, who actually wants this. He wants murder. He wants to put the nation on notice that we're not going to have elections. You don't have to vote anymore, he said some time back. This is all over with now, so he's going to stay in power. So he doesn't go to prison, which I think would happen, of course. But these are the times we're living in. I think that's true, Angela. They are evil as hell. I don't see any courage. I don't see any bravery. We often fawn over our military, and we should respect what they've done and sacrifices they've made and the lives they've given for the cause of peace. But this is not that. I don't see any bravery here. I don't see any concern for the sanctity of life when you shoot somebody that many times. I understand this man was an intensive care nurse at a hospital, intensive care nurse in Minneapolis. He did have a permit to carry. I don't know whether he was carrying or not. I would tend to think perhaps he was. I don't know. Did he pull it out and aim it at anyone? You can see it. Look for yourself. I hope there'll be even more clear video footage because now everyone is pointing cameras so we can capture the truth. It will change everything. Let's see. Shinji said, do you think Trump will try to circumvent the term limits toward the end of his presidency? I think that he will simply want to stay in office, declare martial law, and maybe begin a few more wars internationally, maybe launch one with Iran. We're living in very dangerous times, and I think he'll do anything. I don't think that he's stable mentally. A lot of people have spoken about this. Is Trump in good mental health? I think it would be obvious to most people he's not. There's a great deal to be said about that. Should we be concerned? Oh, yes, we should most certainly be concerned. He has the codes to the nuclear weapons. Yes, we should be very concerned. I think it is scary times. I don't think if we do not have elections, what we will have then is we will have no House of Representatives. Let me explain that. The House of Representatives will cease to exist on November 3rd, when we should have elections if we do not. If we do not have elections in November, every single of 435 members of the House of Representatives, every single one of them will no longer be in office because they're supposed, every 2 years, they must be put back, they must be reelected. All of their terms are up in November. All 435 members will be up. Now, I think there's about 51 of them, of the 435, that some of them, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, have left already, has withdrawn. One person died, so that's 49 who, among the 435, are actually not seeking election. But if we don't have elections, mark my words, then we no longer have a House of Representatives. We will have some members in the Senate. Even some of the members of the Senate, a third of them, would have been, so they will also be gone. Essentially, we will not have a government functioning as we normally have over the past 250 years. That will end. We will be in a full-blown fascist dictatorship. Really no different from Nazi Germany with Adolf Hitler. And this is not exaggeration. This is fact. In our country, we elect members of the House every 2 years. That would be happening November 3rd. If we do not, if he calls off elections, then every single one of those 435 members of the House, they're no longer members of the House. Their term will expire November 3rd. If elections don't happen, they're done. They cannot represent us. Their term is over. They have not had an opportunity to be reelected. So these are very dangerous and frightening times. Evelyn says, my own morality, my own mind, that's the only thing that will... Yeah, that's what Trump said, and that's what just makes one tremble at the thought of that. It would be like Hitler saying the same thing. Well, he didn't have a sense of morality, and I don't think that Trump, unfortunately, we can look back and say, well, he had a pitiful childhood, didn't he? We know how his father treated him. His father, according to Mary Trump is Trump's niece, who's a psychologist. Mary Trump said that he was mocked and shamed by his father on a daily basis. Yeah, monsters aren't, they don't just happen, they're created. We create our monsters, and sometimes we elect them to high office. So that these are the days in which we live, and I think that this is a prolepsis, or just a foretaste of what's coming. I shudder to think it's going to get far worse. I'm afraid it might. The only thing that can happen would be if a Republican-controlled House and Senate will find their moral backbone and remove this monster. We'll see if he does. ICE would not be, as well, you heard Trump say it himself, they're not going far enough. Well, his goal is violence. He wants to see more of this. He wants to intimidate Americans so that they're afraid to speak out. What he doesn't realize is that will never happen. That day will never come. Americans will speak out to our death. I believe that. I really do. I believe that's American courage, and I believe that he has no clue that we're not like him. We're not filled with bone spurs. We have courage and integrity. Okay, I want to share something with you from my favorite brand new congressman. Well, he's running for office in Texas, but he's a state representative. He's not a federal representative yet. If he gets the opportunity, and we are able to cast votes, I hope that he will be. Actually, he's in real good competition with two good Democrats. But I want to share with you Representative James Tallarico from Texas, one of my heroes. He's very young, much younger than me, but boy, does he have his act together, in my personal opinion. So I'm going to share a little bit of what he had to say.
There is a cancer on our religion. Until we confess the sin that is Christian nationalism and exorcise it from our churches.
Let me turn up the volume on this. I'm sorry, I'm going to just make sure you can all hear him. There we go.
There is a cancer on our religion. Until we confess the sin that is Christian nationalism and exorcise it from our churches, our religion can do a lot more damage than a six-pack of Lone Star. There is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship of power, social power, economic power, political power in the name of Christ. And it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth. He told us we would know them by their fruits. Jesus includes. Christian nationalism excludes. Jesus liberates. Christian nationalism controls. Jesus saves. Christian nationalism kills. Jesus started a universal movement based on mutual love. Christian nationalism is a sectarian movement based on mutual hate. Jesus came to transform the world. Christian nationalism is here to maintain the status quo. They have co-opted the Son of God. Christian nationalism is on the rise. 2 years ago, Christian nationalists stormed the U.S. Capitol, killing police officers while carrying crosses and signs reading, "Jesus saves." Last year, Christian nationalists on the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade.
I want to stop him right there and just echo what he said about January 6th. There was 140 Capitol Police that were injured on January 6th, and 4 of them died later. One suffered a heart attack. 600 were found, those who stormed the Capitol, 600 people were found guilty of violent assault. And 200 of them used dangerous weapons causing bodily injury. And Trump pardoned every one of them.
Allowing states like ours to outlaw abortion, even in cases of rape and incest. We are closer than we think to a Christian theocracy. How did this happen? The first followers of Jesus didn't call themselves Christians. They called themselves the Way. Their crucified teacher taught them a different way of being human, and they intended to follow it. The early church was a revolutionary community built on radical love, a peculiar people who shared all their possessions and refused to participate in the economy, the military, or the culture. The book of Acts tells us that the first Christians were persecuted for turning the world upside down. But 300 years after Jesus was executed by the Roman Empire, Emperor Constantine made Christianity the official state religion of that very same empire. Constantine was the first Christian nationalist. And ever since, the powers that be have been taming Christianity, domesticating it, diluting it into something more palatable. Pro-war, pro-wealth, pro-white supremacy. That original countercultural movement became a tranquilized, privatized, weaponized religion, the official sponsor of Western civilization. A religion of sharing became a religion of greed. A religion of peace became a religion of violence. A religion of forgiveness became a religion of judgment. A religion of ego transformation became a religion of ego affirmation. Today, Christian nationalists obsess over people's private parts while the planet burns. 8 men own as much wealth as 3.6 billion people. The Bible doesn't mention abortion or gay marriage, but it goes on and on about forgiving debt, liberating the poor, and healing the sick. Christian nationalists like to say this is a Christian nation. Not only is that historically inaccurate, not only is that theologically blasphemous, but it's also just not true. Look around us. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would forgive student debt. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would guarantee health care to every single person. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would love all of our LGBTQ neighbors. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would make sure every child in this state and in this country was housed, fed, clothed, educated, and insured. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would never make it a Christian nation, because we know the table of fellowship is open to everybody, including our Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, and atheist neighbors. Jesus could have started a Christian theocracy, but love would never do that. The closest thing we have to the kingdom of heaven is a multiracial, multicultural democracy where power is truly shared among all people, something that's yet to exist in human history. Christian nationalism is not only a threat to the American experiment in democracy, it's also a threat to the gospel of Jesus Christ. When someone asked Jesus to name his most important commandment, he cheats and gives two. Two that he says are related. The first is to love God. The second, he said, is like it. Love thy neighbor as thyself. It's like it because when I recognize the divine image in myself, I can't help but recognize it in my neighbor, whether they're Christian or not, whether they're religious or not. In the parable of the Good Samaritan, Jesus specifically defines neighbor as someone different from us, racially, economically, politically, religiously. God loves diversity. Jesus didn't come to establish a Christian nation. He came to reveal ultimate reality, which he called the kingdom of God. But it's not like any kingdom we've ever known. Instead of a throne, Jesus sits at a table. Instead of a war horse, Jesus rides a donkey. Instead of a sword, Jesus picks up a cross. The kingdom of God inverts the power dynamics of all the kingdoms in the world. True strength is vulnerability. True status is equality. True wealth is sharing. And we as Christians are called to realize that kingdom on earth as it is in heaven, not by force, but by faith. Jesus asked us to have the faith of a mustard seed, trusting that by living and dying for love, we give birth to a better world. That's not easy to do. In a world full of fear, Jesus knew we would put our trust in something other than God, something other than love. As a Jewish rabbi, he called those things idols. Money, status, and the most dangerous idol of all, power. When Jesus was tempted by the devil in the wilderness, one of the things the devil offered was power, all the kingdoms of the world, and Jesus rejected it. When his disciples asked, who will be the most powerful in the kingdom of God? Jesus said, you know the lords of the earth push their people around, but among you it'll be different. Whoever wants to be a leader among you must be a servant. And when they still didn't get it, and they asked, who will be the greatest in the kingdom of God? Jesus said, little children, the least powerful, but most trusting members of any human community. That's the kingdom of God. I think Chance the Rapper said it best. Don't believe in kings, believe in the kingdom. Jesus knew, in the words of Dorothy Sola, there is only one legitimation of power, and that is to share it with others. Power that is not shared, power that is not transformed into love, is pure domination and oppression. Christian nationalists are more committed to the love of power than to the power of love. And it exposes a lack of faith. Because the opposite of faith is not doubt. Doubt is a healthy part of any faith. The opposite of faith is control. When we stop trusting God, when we stop trusting love, we start taking control ourselves. Christian nationalists want to control what we read, who we marry, where we travel, when we have children. They want to control our minds and our bodies. O ye of little faith. Christian nationalists trust domination because they think domination is what works. But Jesus revealed that the true power of the universe is not domination, but love. In Taoism, they teach that over time, the soft overcomes the hard. The water wears down the rock. The wind takes out the mountain. The grass upends the concrete. The meek inherit the earth. Violence may win in the short run, but in the end, love always wins. Jesus said this kingdom of God is in our midst. It's hiding in plain sight. Heaven is already here, inside of us, above us, all around us. We can cure the disease of Christian nationalism. We can protect against the virus of religious extremism with healthy religion. The great faith traditions of the world have so much to offer us in this time of global crisis. Hinduism's ahimsa provides an alternative to the logic of violence. Buddhist meditation provides an alternative to the abuse of our attention. Judaism's Sabbath provides an alternative to the demands of capitalism. And in a world where everything can be bought and sold, including the earth itself, Native American traditions provide an alternative to ecological extraction. It's hard. It is so hard to protect your spirit in a world trying to kill it. That's why we need faith communities like this one. That's why we need stories and traditions and practices that heal our soul and transform our mind. Every time in this sanctuary that we say the prayers, sing the hymns, sprinkle the water, eat the bread, drink the wine, we're tuning our hearts. Our Buddhist friends tell us that compassion takes practice. Neuroscientists tell us that we can become kinder, more empathetic if we work at it. Things like love, peace, and hope, they require strength training, a gym for the heart. And so every week we gather here to sing our songs and tell our stories, just for the opportunity to, in the words of Thich Nhat Hanh, dwell in the ultimate, together, just for a moment.
He's a talented guy. He was juxtaposing the this and the that, the either and the or, beautifully throughout his entire. He was actually giving a sermon at his the church where he was baptized as a child. Tremendously gifted and promising politician. I just wanted to share that with you. I think that I'd like to invite people up on panel. I do have a couple other thoughts to share with you, to kind of just piggyback on what James Tallarico had to say. Fascism and Christian fascism, which is in evangelical churches, especially the electronic church, the big loud ones on TV, those types, they violently are choosing to take territory, as our president is. Venezuela, threatening Greenland, Cuba, Canada, even, and Mexico. But it also, not just entire nations, but to take the hearts and minds of people. And I think that we have to be very, very cautious against letting that happen. If they don't take control violently and take control of other nations, then they'll do so with corporate demands like tariffs, which will cripple other nations and bring them to their knees, or so they hope, right? That's what they're hoping will happen. So new land acquisitions are really about oil in Venezuela. Greenland is really about rare earth elements and minerals beneath the ice. And we shouldn't be fooled. So it's always been about money and power and control and acquisition. They're not manufacturing any more land. The earth is round. We just have so much of it. And some are taking as much as they can. It's what Hitler tried to do. It's what Trump is doing. But one final important identity of modern fascism, as I think that James Tallarico, the representative, was bringing home very loud and clear, is the spiritual and ethical beliefs that are really contorted and twisted. They're not found within the gospel at all. They make the gospel an idol of war. They oftentimes will quote the most messy parts of the Old Testament. They avoid the New as much as possible. But it's a violent control of the masses, including the earth, with fear. And sometimes it happens like it's happening now with ethnic cleansing in different places around the world, certainly in Israel. And it would appear here, if you have brown skin, you're not wanted. That's what one would think. That's what I would think. But make no mistake about it. You remember the Roman Emperor Constantine in the 4th century, he did the very same thing. He established a national faith, and then Constantine put his own brand of Christianity. Everyone on notice that it was mandated that they follow it or penalty of death. So undesirables are being removed from our community. I'm going to share something with you. This is quite a shocking reality, but it comes right off of, let me put it up here. This is from, let's see here. This is from the Homeland Security homepage on the internet. So their website, the Homeland Security, and as you can read there, I hope you can read it, America after 100 million deportations. You see what America will look like once we get rid of 1/3 of our population? 100 million brown-skinned people leave, and this is what America will look like. And that's right on the Homeland, you can find it now, Homeland Security website. The peace of a nation no longer besieged by the third world. America has, I'm trying to think, about 400 million people. That's almost 1/3 of our entire nation. People who have come here, most of them free, most of them legally. Some not. Some could be granted citizenship. That's an important question that we need to ask. Are they contributing, or are they tearing the nation down? And by far, they're contributing and adding to our nation's welfare, contributing to the tax base, and getting very little from that, actually. They're not getting the guarantees of Social Security or anything else, or any type of health care in the future, until they become citizens. So we have to realize Christian nationalism really has a hierarchy. And the high priest of war is Donald Trump. The Christian nationalism, the evangelical fascists, and I call them that because that's what they are, believe that he has been anointed by God. And they pay him blind obedience. And, we wonder why, and we struggle. I scratch my own head and I wonder, why do these people not see the truth and see reality right in front of them, staring in the face, on TV, on the internet, on social media? It's all there. The murder that happened today, and yet they refuse to see what's right in front of them. And Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller behind the scenes, and the other billionaires, even the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. These people are no different than the Imperial Germany and the Tsars of Russia, and the empires of Italy and Japan. They're all standing behind their leader, Donald Trump, who will not be stopped by some small document known as the Constitution. That doesn't mean anything to Donald Trump, and apparently to a lot of his sycophants. They all demand to be obeyed. Trump is telling nations to send him $1 billion to join his peace board. 19 countries have agreed, out of 195 nations in the world, by the way. 19 of them have already agreed to join his peace board. They have to pay $1 billion to do it. And to me, that is weakening those nations out of blind and fearful obedience to this God King named Donald Trump. Right? In my opinion, their world is one-dimensional. It's the strong versus the weak, the rich versus the poor. It's not Democrats or Republicans. Forget it. It's not about that. It's really always been about the rich versus the poor and the middle class. And so NATO is going to be weakened. If we take Greenland, I believe that NATO and the United States will end their relationship. The fascist regime begins in full force. That has a simple message: blind obedience. They want to issue a golden age, but it's really a golden calf that they'll be worshiping, like the Jews in the desert did. Right? As long as you're a white American, Racism is going to be built in against everyone else. Realize that. People from the third world, as he would call them, shithole countries, are going to be excluded from this nation if he can get them out. That's what he's up to now. They have a quota, a number of people they'd like to remove. And then the Christian nationalist movement, which isn't Christian at all, it's fascist, is very tribal, and they vilify people different from themselves. And that's why they got rid of DEI. Remember that, Evelyn? Diversification, equity, and inclusion. That was threatening to their identity because they think they're superior, just like Hitler thought he was superior. The white masses are indoctrinated with superiority, and we have to correct that. The gospel is juxtaposed to that type of thinking, right? And that sells pretty well in the American public if they lack education, if they're undereducated, and if they don't have good health and good health care, and they're very needy and they become poor, then they are going to listen to the state and its ruler, just as they do in North Korea. Well, that's gangster diplomacy. That's what he's all about. Welcome, Hunter. Good to see you. Super Serial, welcome. So I can hear, I've got a lot more to say, but I can hear Dolly in the background. Dolly, are you there?
I am so here. I actually took notes.
Oh, well, that's good.
Can we go through my notes? They're kind of short.
Of course.
And they're easy to answer because they came from, it's not a pop quiz.
No.
First of all, please don't apologize for speaking the truth, especially on your own channel.
No,
you're
you're
not
right.
saying anything disrespectful or anything. You're just telling the truth, and I respect that. Second of all, who was that? Now, that young man that was speaking, and yeah, he's young to me. Well, where's he from? What state?
Are you talking the Representative James Tallarico from Texas?
Yes, from Texas, okay. And what was his name?
James Tallarico.
Oh, I love him. I do. I would vote for him if I lived in Texas. I might move.
You know why he...
The next one?
Well, before you leave him, there's a reason why he is so steeped in Christianity. He's a graduate of a seminary. He knows theology like I do. That's why he's so capacitated to speak about Christianity, especially Christian nationalism. Oh, and let me put up here, while we're here, this is the website of the National Council of Churches in the United States, and they speak about, you can go there and find it there yourself, I looked at it today, the dangers of Christian nationalism in the United States, a policy statement of the National Council of Churches. So, this is very real. Mainline Christian denominations are very concerned about this new crossbreed known as Christian nationalism. It isn't Christian at all. Go right ahead, Dolly.
I agree with everything that you just said. Okay, my other question, and it just occurred to me just now, Donald J. Trump is not, okay, I'm not being mean, but he's not the most educated or brightest man who's ever lived. He's getting this intel about what other countries do and do not have as resources by himself. He's not looking all that up. He's not researching. Someone's telling him this. Those people are dangerous.
They're behind the scenes. Yeah.
A person. Mm-hmm.
I think that you're exactly, if I may say, on target. Project 2025, the people who are involved in that, including billionaires, are all orchestrating and, in my opinion, pulling the strings, if you will, as in terms of what Trump is doing. They know exactly what Trump wants. Trump wants compliments. Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump wants accolades. He wants his name on every building, the Kennedy Center. Trump wants all of that. He's not interested in a lot of things, but they are. And I think the racism runs deep, and he's very comfortable with it. Go right ahead.
My last thing, no, two more things. I'm so sorry. One is, when you wrote when you quoted, another one is Jimi Hendrix. Oh my gosh, I would have never thought Jimi Hendrix was that deep. I guess I never listened to his music.
He's from Seattle. Of course he's deep.
Well, of course, I did. Yes, and you did tell me that, but I was ignoring you. I wasn't listening when you told me that. But yes, I remember now. That was very deep. Okay, the last thing, two more things. Yeah. One is you put on there the 100 million, what America will look like after 100 million deportations.
Right.
Literally, how many actually lived to be deported and how many lived 20 minutes after they got back to where they came from.
Yeah.
They're still killing. And last thing is, well, I don't even know if I want to get into this with you because we spoke about it last night. But false information, false prophets, false people trying to tell you, no, this is how religion works. No, this is how the Constitution works. No, this is how, laws work. I know more than you'll ever know. Those people are the most dangerous humans who's ever lived. And I fear for them. I fear of them. I'm scared of them. And I think that's it.
You did beautiful. I think you touched on the major concerns.
I actually took notes.
Good for you.
Are you impressed? Well, it's on a sticky note, and it's all wrote on top of each other, so I might have got different subjects put together, but hey, it's close. Ballpark.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's all. Oh, in the song, anybody here see My Own Pal? Oh my God. Yeah, that should touch everybody, even if they have never heard that song because they're too young, and they're too young to remember this time of history of when that song was wrote and performed. It will touch a bunch of people that it's never gotten to before, and they may see the world differently.
Yeah, that song was Dino, made famous by Dion DiMucci, I believe is his name, Italian, in the 1960s. I don't know exactly what year it came out, but it had to come out
remember it.
After RFK died in 1968, so I would say around that time, 68, 69. Yeah, it was a kind of an anthem for especially youth trying to promote peace. We had Woodstock in 69, in August of 69, and the deaths of so many that we had such great hope for. I think after John Kennedy died, another generation had hope in his brother Bobby, and then he was killed. And of course, months before that, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X. I mean, there was a lot of people who were sacrificed on the altar of violence to those that will do anything to maintain what they have.
You just said something that sparked a memory. Also, out of mouth of babes. A lot of time it's our youth that has the backbone or has the tenacity to do things that I personally am not capable of doing anymore. Physically, I'm not capable. But a lot of times during the song, it was our youth. Woodstock was our youth most of the time. They didn't have people my age there. And I'm very proud of our youth.
Oh, I am too.
And it is a country of freedom of religion, dude. I can't believe people keep thinking that they can make this. I'm a Christian. I like being a Christian. I can't be anything but a Christian. That is my faith. That's in my body. That's in my soul. That's in my heart. I cannot tell someone who's not a Christian, you're wrong, dude. You got to be a Christian. That's the only way we can ever live in harmony. No. I can't tell somebody they're wrong about their faith, and they can't tell me, and I can't change anybody's mind, and they can't change mine. It's a freedom of religion. That's how it is.
Well, yeah, and what people are afraid of is it'll become a theocracy, and that's what happened. That's what Saudi Arabia has. That's what Iran has. Qatar has. There's so many countries that are run by, you know, a very dictatorial religious leader, which will squelch any other kind of freedom. You know, I don't think women in the United States or in Canada want to put on the hijab or any other garment. I think that we're too flushed with freedom, and we're going to maintain that, and we'll fight for that.
Well, you know, King Henry VIII, in order to marry Anne Boleyn, he couldn't get a divorce from
Right.
his first wife. And so he made himself head of church. He made a whole religion. So he could be the head of church of the Christian name. But anyway, everybody had to be that religion, and he had to be the head of church. Now, that's really sick.
That's what Constantine did in the 4th century, essentially. Same thing.
Who am I to say? Go ahead.
Well, if people can square Trump with Jesus of Nazareth, good luck. There's no resemblance. Doesn't fit. Doesn't work. And when Dolly and I kind of finish our little annotations here, I'm going to share with you some of that because it's just staring us in the face, like the violence is on the streets in Minneapolis. What I'm concerned... Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm concerned about what Trump is going to do about Greenland next. That's what I'm really concerned about.
Oh, boy.
Because I think that, and I think Shinji was pointing out, if Trump tries to take, this is what Shinji said, if Trump tries to take Greenland by force, does that invoke Article 5? Yeah, by the other NATO allies. How do you go to war? Who would anticipate NATO would go to war against its fellow members? Or which fellow member of NATO, which NATO member would actually say, I'm going to go against and take some other nation by force? Denmark is a protectorate and belongs to Denmark. And for the United States and Denmark is part of NATO. For that to happen, I think that would be the end of NATO in terms of the way we see it. We would probably cease to be seen as part of NATO, and that we'd be at odds with it. Republicans are going to have to, some of them are, but they're going to have to stand up against Trump. It's getting crucial now. And we have a fragile democracy, whether we realize it or not. Either our democracy and the people who serve the Constitution and the members of this country are going to stand up and not let a dictator trample our rule of law and our Constitution and our amendments. If they don't do that, then yes, we can plummet even further into anarchy and into autocracy, and which is just sheer fascism, a military dictatorship, you know? And ICE will be his Gestapo. As simple as that.
Normally, almost always, always, I will come up here and I will try to lower. I try to bring I try to make you laugh. I try to bring the stress down a little bit because that's my nature, that's my personality. I can't think of one funny thing to say tonight.
Well, yeah, it's very...
I don't know how to comfort you or the country.
Well, like the book of Ecclesiastes says, there's a time for war, a time for peace. Maybe there's a time for comfort and a time for stark reality. This is that time. You know, it really is.
I'm better with comfort.
It's not all bad news. It's not all bad. Yeah, I'm better with comfort as well. Okay, let me just...
I'm not as good with the rest.
Well, most people aren't. Let's see here. RC Arts, you'll find the information. Oh, that's something else. All right, Janie says, I'm too poor to survive where this all could go if no one steps in and does the right thing. Yeah, I mean, we could have... People have talked about civil war. We've had one. We don't want to have our second one. In this case, I don't believe, I really don't, believe it's going to look like North and South. It's going to look more like, ordinary citizens
Neighbor versus neighbor.
are
Yeah.
going to come. No. I think that most people in this country, and I say it, Dolly. I'm going to say this. I believe that the polls that are the most genuine polls, the most trustworthy, nonpartisan polls, are already showing that about 75% of the country believe that we're going terribly wrong, heading in the wrong direction, and that Trump basically is unhinged. And who is pulling the strings on him in the background? There are some people who could probably name names. But those are the people that have to be brought out into the light of day. Those are the people that have to be called on the carpet, and Congress has to get its bearings. I think Greenland and calling off the elections would be a bridge too far. I think that would bring about a kind of revolution the French had. People are not going to tolerate that. Eisenhower said, if one day the people in this country rise up against what he called, corporate abuses and so on, for once in the history of our nation's history, people in Congress will have to listen. And people will storm the Capitol, only this time, not violently. They'll do it right.
That was the other thing I was going to mention was, because I respect you and your channel, I will not go into how I really feel about the pardons, but that should have done that. That should have stopped people. The January 6th should have stopped people. 34 felonies. You have one felony. That's enough. 34? That should have been enough. When is enough? This is why I can't get into this, because I get so violent. I get loudmouth, and I don't like my personality. But so I can't cheer up everybody, and I can't comfort everybody. And I am an enabler. You know I am. I will give everybody every excuse in the world. That's not a good trait to have, by the way. I cannot see anything good. I cannot say, well, you know what, he had a bad childhood. Tough luck. Tell me someone who did have a great childhood.
Good point.
And we're not like that. There's excuses, and there's excuses, and there's excuses. And I don't buy any of them. And I'm naive, and I don't buy any of them. Everybody else should have seen it way before I did. And I saw it way before he was ever elected anywhere.
There is a small, let me piggyback then on what you said. I agree with you. There's a small percentage of the population among the psychology community would call sociopathic, and those who become violent, psychopathic. I'm afraid that we have some of those people in places of high office. Because when is the last time you've heard Donald Trump speak about his concern for the poor, his concern for students and their student loan debts, or for young people being unable to purchase a first home, or for people who have lost jobs because of his doing? When's the last time you've seen Donald Trump concerned about people who are coming to this country running from all kinds of military dictatorships in their own land? When is the last time you've seen his concern for poverty in this nation? Most of the time what I hear is he wants to remove people like that. He's not comfortable with them. He's uncomfortable with people who can dress to the nines and come to his when his new ballroom is all constructed. Those are the people and that's a type of, it's a psychotype of someone who's sociopathic. They don't fit in with most of us. And unfortunately, they can be very dangerous within the rest of society. Janie says, let's see, did I read that one already? No, I did. Okay. Now, I've got a few other comments. You want me to go ahead and make them?
Can I do one more? Because I'll forget it.
Of course.
I do have a dear friend who's traveling 6 hours a day, 3 days a week to get medical care because she can't get it in the state she lives in because she lost her Medicaid.
Yeah.
6 hours a day, 3 days a week. People are taking off work to take this woman to the doctor, to a place where she can't get it in the state she lives in.
I
Now,
know her.
that's sickening.
Yeah,
Do
it
you?
is sickening. I do know that person. And there are many others like her. And it is it's a travesty. You talk about being anti-life. You want to be pro-life? You're completely blind to life. Life is pro-birth is when a baby's in the mother's womb. Pro-life is after the baby's born and goes from birth to death. Every moment in between. I don't see the pro-life in our president.
I don't either.
Or is it at all?
I don't either. I don't either.
All right. You got anything else you want to say?
Any human being.
Well, you know, we have to speak the truth, though, sometimes, as hard as it is. And, you know, if we don't, then we've soft-pedaled things.
Oh, dear Lord. You're not going to believe this.
What?
2 ambulances are at my friggin' neighbor's.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go. I will talk to you very soon. Just pray for my neighbor. It's so bad out.
I will.
I can't.
I will.
Yes, just pray for my neighbor. All right,
Okay.
I will talk to y'all soon. Hey,
Dolly,
Jenny.
thank you for being up here.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, I talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Be safe. Be kind to each other.
Okay, that's Dolly, and she's going to see what's going on in her neck of the woods. I'm just going to hit her audio so we don't get any feedback. We haven't had any. It's been really, really good. But I do want to just maybe finish up, and if anybody else wants to come up on panel, just type in the side chat, send me a link, and I'll send you one. But I wanted to talk about Christian nationalism because they're the fuel that tries to justify what's going on in this nation right now. You know, the Bible is ultimately authorization from God, right? I think we'd probably, those who are Christian might say that. If you're Buddhist or, you know, an adherent of Islam or a member of Judaism, there's other places that they would look, the Quran and certainly the Torah. But we are not living, and nor does our Constitution permit us to be living in a theocracy. And MAGA and Trump's fascism is about transforming the government, in my opinion, with a dystopian, materialistic, and very violent, we're seeing it in Minnesota today, again, a distortion of Christianity. And that's what Christian nationalism really is. It's a distortion. White nationalist hate groups are part of that movement. Make no mistake about that. I could go into that in great detail. White nationalist hate groups are part of this Christian nationalist movement. Okay. Oh, hi. Good to see you. Lightning Viper. Good to see you. Art said the East Wing was where the offices of First Lady were located. No more blatant oppression of the importance of female voice. Yeah. I think that's very evident. Yeah, I think once the architect of this takeover, this fascist takeover of our country is done, I don't think you'll see women in very many places of authority at all, because I don't think they believe in that. Their twisted view of the Bible would have them try to defend that, which is not defensible, but is it a theocracy that's coming about in America? I would say, yeah. Angela, welcome to you. Yes, I can still see you. No, Dolly, I turned off your microphone. But, you know, if freedom of speech, part of the first, our amendments, religion, the press, personal choice, freedom to assemble and gather, you know, if those are important to us, then, and due process, then how about the emolument clause, among other things, you know, if those are important to you, you know, and not grifters and those who are taking advantage, and we're paying for it through our taxes, then the rise of Christian nationalism should alarm you. Christian churches are aware of this movement. I already pointed out how the National Council of Churches has condemned Christian nationalism. Condemned it. It's just a fancy word of saying fascist belief, in my opinion. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Christianity. Nothing. Like they said, when fascism comes to America, it'll be wrapped up in a flag carrying a cross, and it did on January 6th, followed up with murders and threats of hanging Vice President Pence and things that we wouldn't normally approve of in plain sight. That's Christian nationalism. And you know what? It's no exaggeration. It's historically pretty much the same. It unfolded the same way in 1935 in Nazi Germany. So let's just talk about Jesus. Where's Jesus today? Well, he's the immigrant. What you do to the poor, you do to me. That's what Jesus said. So he's the immigrant, deported without any due process. He's the senior citizen deprived of Social Security benefits. Jesus is the protester on the streets of Minneapolis, kidnapped in unmarked vehicles. He's a student in an overcrowded classroom in a defunded school, not getting a high-quality education. Jesus is the American citizen who falls between the cracks, who's not poor enough to qualify for affordable care insurance, which now is taken from them, but he's unable to buy for himself or herself medical insurance from major carriers. That's Jesus. He's all of us in those. He's the migrant escaping violence of ICE in our own country, coming here to seek asylum, and then he's being sent back to where he will probably die. And I can hear Jesus saying, I was hungry, and you cut my food stamps. I was sick. You kicked me off of Medicare. I was a stranger. And you deported me back into a violent place where they were going to kill me and my family. And I was put in prison without any due process whatsoever. And you wouldn't even try to bring me justice. Well, Jesus, when did I see you like that? Well, Matthew 25, chapter 25. As sure as you did this to other people, you did it to me. Christian nationalism never talks about any of this. What would Jesus do about a tax system that benefits rich over poor? Because that's our America, folks. We shouldn't be fighting Democrats against Republicans. That's what they want you to do. Get distracted. Fight amongst Democrats and Republicans. The fight is north and south, up and down, rich and poor. That's where the real battle is. What would Jesus do about a health care system that forces sick people to get well? They have to create a GoFundMe in order to afford life-saving surgery. What would Jesus say about that? What would Jesus do about an educational system that ties a child's school funding, a quality education, to community property wealth? And it does. What would Jesus say about college education that's so doggone expensive, it leaves a lot of young Americans out of luck. They can't afford it. And if they go in, they'll be indebted for decades. What would Jesus do about a nation where the vast majority of the younger generation can't afford to enter the housing market? A basic right, a basic need. What would Jesus do about a justice system that incarcerates more people than any other country on the face of the earth? What's wrong with America? What have we done wrong? Why is that happening? What would Jesus do about a job market that does not pay a living wage? What would Jesus do about an economic system that values profit over the health of our planet? Drill, baby, drill. Burn that coal till it's all gone. To hell with our planet, Mother Earth. And what about our ancestors, our children? What about those who will live after we're here? Will it be livable? I'm not so sure. But we don't want to listen to true, genuine scientists, right? We should. What would Jesus do about any of this? Would he stay in his room and pray, or would he go to the seat of power and flip over the tables of injustice like he did in the temple? I think he'd do that. He might give up his life for doing that. He'd probably be on the streets protesting like they are right now in Minneapolis. Maybe he'd be the next one shot. And who would care about that? And like I said before, when's the last time you heard Trump speak about the poor, the hungry, the sick, losing health insurance? the stranger at the border? When's the last time you've seen empathy or compassion? You know, a lot of people don't even like the word compassion. Charlie Kirk didn't like the word compassion. Oh boy, that's going to be a future live stream for me. All the while, he builds his opulent ballroom, puts his names on the Kennedy Center and every building he can find. He begs for the prestigious Nobel Peace Prize, right, and pursues more wealth. He's doubled his wealth in 12 months. He's up to $4.1 billion, and that's a conservative estimate by the New York Times. You know, remember this. If you forget everything else, remember this. Jesus never commanded us to love religion. You don't have to love any religion at all. But what he did command you to do, and me as well, he commanded all of us to love our neighbor. Love God and love neighbor. And that was defined in the famous Good Samaritan story. Which, by the way, I just love to kind of launch off into what that actually is all about. What Jesus did was he picked the Samaritan who was the Jews' greatest enemy. The Jewish people hated Samaritans. They had a centuries-old hate of Samaritans, and there's a long history for why that was. But if you ask Jews back in Jesus' day who they hated, detested the most, Samaritans. You know how bad the hatred was? Samaria was in the hill country, north of Jerusalem, but south of Galilee. In Samaria, that was no man's land. Jews were afraid to walk through Samaria because they'd be hung on sight. And so they would go east of the Jordan River and then go north to bypass Samaria to avoid being killed. You know what Jesus did? Jesus had balls of steel. He had balls of steel. Jesus walked right through Samaria. He comes to the well of Jacob, and he meets a Samaritan woman at the well. You know, he tells the story of the Good Samaritan. Why did he do all that? I'll tell you why. Well, here's why. He said, you'll never be friends with the people you hate until you have the vision of seeing the possibility that your hated sworn enemies could save your life one day. The man who was beaten up, left for dead, robbed in the middle of the road, nobody would help him. He was a Jew, and none of the Jews stopped to help him. Jesus' story ended with the hated sworn enemy being the hero, the Samaritan. And you know, they couldn't have enjoyed listening to that story. Jesus, how dare you make the hero, the protagonist of the story, our sworn enemy? How dare you? Well, who would he choose today? If Jesus told the story of the Good Samaritan today, who are our sworn enemies? He would probably pick people from Haiti, people from Venezuela. He would pick people that we would detest. And he'd say, one day, that person, that Venezuelan man, might be your doctor saving your life. That's what the Good Samaritan story is all about. It's about trying to find a way for us to move from hatred and racism to compassion and understanding. And we need a new vision to do that. The Good Samaritan story is about a new vision. I told that story one time years ago in a class where people were adult education. Somebody came up to me in the class. He was a cop. He was a member of the Federal Way Police Department. Not Federal Way, it was Lakewood. And he said to me, Joe, he told me his story of the Good Samaritan. He said, a guy on a motorcycle and a 2%er on his jacket had crashed into a car, and he was really hurt bad. And he said, I went over there, and all the cops hate gang members. They hate people who are patched and are members of a biker gang. And he said, I cradled him in my arms, and he said, I put his head on my lap, and I called 911 to come for him. And he said, and all the other cops were watching, and they were smirking, and they weren't happy about it because they hate these people. It's mutual hate. And the guy who he was trying to help looked up at him and said, when this is over with, I hope you'll come to my house for dinner. That's what he said. Well, that's the story of the Good Samaritan. turning enemies into friends. And if you can't see the vision of that being possible, then the Good Samaritan story Jesus told will forever be lost on you. I hope it's not. You know, just a little bit more, one of the worries about Christian nationalism is they want to put the Ten Commandments in every classroom, and instead what they ought to do is post the love of money is the root of all evil, what Jesus said, in every corporate boardroom. That's what they ought to do. You know, instead of, you know, they want to post they ought to put in courtrooms, judge not lest ye be judged, and do so with justice and not unjustly. And why don't they post turn the other cheek and put your sword back in the sheath in the halls of the Pentagon? How about that? And why don't they post it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven on the floor of that goddamn New York Stock Exchange? Yeah, I did say goddamn. For emphasis. I mean it in all due respect, because after all, I'm quoting God's Son, Jesus, okay? And that's for emphasis. I think it probably brought that emphasis I wanted. You know, it's difficult to believe that Christian nationalists are interested in establishing true Christian values at all when they insist on putting public a prayer in public schools while taking away free lunches out of the classroom, or refuse to give teachers a livable wage. How about squaring that? I can't square it at all. You know, listen real carefully to this. All the prophets, I'll sum up for you the entire Old Testament. All of the prophets of the Old Testament insisted more than anything else that God's justice began with the widow, the orphan, the refugee, the alien at our door, the poor. That's right, the refugee. And you know, jumping to the New Testament, there's one story in the New Testament that among all four Gospels, and you don't find that very often. You look in Matthew chapter 14, Mark chapter 6, Luke chapter 9, and John chapter 6. John 6 is the most famous. All of them have this one story, and you don't find the same story in the entire Gospel in every place, very rarely. And it's this story. It's the multiplication of the fish and the loaves. What that story was about, breaking the bread of friendship and sharing with those in need who had nothing. You know, when there is scarcity and fear and worry, that we might have enough if we do try to reach out and share what we have. The bread didn't fall from the truck from the bread truck from heaven that day when Jesus multiplied the loaves and fish. A much greater miracle happened than that. It'd be easier to have bread like manna fall from the sky. That's a parlor trick. God could do that every day and twice on Sunday. The real miracle was getting selfish people like you and me, selfish people like us, especially like me, and getting us to share the extra that we have with someone who does not, who's in need. If we don't, we're hoarding that. And hoarding is not an option in Christianity. That's how important that story was about the multiplication of the fish and the loaves. Because we have enough if we're willing to share with others. If we do not, if we go on the way we are, and we want more than we need, and we take from others who have less, that's an abomination. That's why that story was told in each of the four Gospels. Make no mistake about its importance. Our treatment of the poor, the disenfranchised, the refugee, and the sick, each one of those people in those categories is actually Jesus in disguise. We're doing that to him. Well, he said so. What you do to the least of these, you're doing to me. Really? Yes, really. Really. That's why they say the poor stamp our hand if we're going to enter that great banquet in heaven. The poor stamp our hand because we help them. There's nobody else to stamp our hand if not them. You know, if this was truly a Christian nation, we would all love our LGBTQ neighbors. And if this was truly a Christian nation, we wouldn't condemn atheists. We would live with them peacefully. We wouldn't judge them. If this were truly a Christian nation right now, there would be no child in this state or any state in our country that is on the street, unhoused, unfed, not having proper clothing, basic needs met, and without health insurance. If this were truly a Christian nation. And I hate to burst anyone else's bubble. God's not a Catholic or a Lutheran or a Baptist or an evangelical. God's not. God's a mystery beyond our understanding. The best we can do, really, or say, in my opinion, is God is love. That's why St. John's Gospel says God is love. And if you abide in love and be loving, you're abiding in God, and God's abiding in you. As simple as that. So, just to wrap up, I'm just going to say this flat out. Jesus did not come to establish Christian nationalism. That should be very clear to us. Quite the opposite. Jesus never sat on a throne. Kind of like what the representative James Tallarico said. He sat at a table. You know, he didn't seek political power. He didn't have any fancy throne of a king or an emperor. He had a crown of thorns. That's what he wore. And he promised that any kingdom he had would be one that's found within us, inside us. The kingdom of God is an inside job. It's happening inside. And most certainly his kingdom had nothing to do with trusting in violence or money. Those would be false gods. The love of money and the exercise of violence. He called them idols. The most dangerous idol of all is power. There's plenty of power brokers. So really the opposite of faith, if Christian nationalists would ever ask me, they wouldn't, is control. I see an awful lot of control going on in our government, in the highest office. Christian nationalism is a cult. It's truly a cult in every sense of the word, and they want control of what you read and what I read, of who we marry, and what happens in our bedroom, and where we travel to, and whether we have children or not. They want to circle the wagons and keep others out with their control, but love does not work that way. Love is different. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is enduring. Love is long-suffering. Love is nothing like Christian nationalism. Well, that's pretty much what I had to say, and I just wanted to thank you for being here. I didn't see anybody. I'll just ask one more time. If anybody does want to come up on panel, I'm inviting you before I decide to shut down. We have time. I have time. If anybody wants to come up and has something they want to say. Oh, Dolly. Okay, let me put your audio back in. Okay, Dolly, you should be. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. You sound good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Of course. Okay, I have. So you sparked this memory. You were talking about the Venezuelan physician that we sent back. He could have been your physician someday. He may have cured you or saved you or brought you comfort.
That's right.
In high school. Now, I claim I don't stick my neck out because I'm afraid of consequences. So I just keep my mouth shut about certain things. I'm afraid of consequences. That's what I'm afraid of. Well, back in high school in the 1800s, abortion was legal, but not in my state that I was living in. Well, we in class, we had a debate team, and you didn't know who was on that thing. And you didn't get to pick your topics. Usually you drew it out of a hat. And I was extremely pregnant, and I got pro-abortion for my debate thing. I'm pregnant. I have a baby, which turned out to be 2, but I had babies in my belly that were moving and kicking, hiccuping. I was planning their birth. I was planning on getting, buying things. I was excited. I was happy. I was a happy woman who was about to become a mother. And I get pro-abortion. Well, I don't have a backbone. But you know what I did? Obviously, I said, this was my assignment, this is my debate, and I will give you the best thing I can to have pro-abortion. But here, let me tell you this. And then I did say that child has that capacity to bring you such joy. He could become your doctor someday. He could do this, he could do that. Well, I did say all that. I did. And more, probably. And afterwards, the teacher said, I wondered how you were going to pull this off. I had no clue. You didn't pull it off whatsoever. You should get a 0 for this assignment. But you know what? You were so positive in your beliefs, in what you thought, what you did. You stood up, and I think I got a C instead of a 0. I mean, that was a time where I did stick my neck out. I could have got a 0. I could have flunked it or whatever. And I still was given some praise for not doing the assignment. And that was like one of the few times I have. And I knew I would get reamed, but I didn't, not really. Still passed. But anyway, that was my whole, a child, a doctor, a person that was killed in the streets. He was an ED doctor, a nurse. As a human, you would still go over there and try to render comfort or something. If you even have no medical knowledge whatsoever, you can still hold that person's hand while they're passing. And this man that was killed this morning, he not only had the moral obligation, but he had, I kind of think it's almost borderline medical obligation to render help when needed. And so he was doing what he was called in his heart to do. And God bless him. God bless him.
I appreciate it.
I'll talk to you later, Stella.
Oh, no, you're doing great. I thank you for sharing that. That was wonderful.
It's one of my good stories, wasn't it? And this one was true. Most of my a lot of my stories aren't true, but this one really was true. And it was one of my few highlights of my high school career. But anyway, that was it.
No, it was great. It was great. Thank you for sharing it.
All right.
I appreciate it very, very much.
I'll talk to you soon. You're welcome.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh, I can't hang up. Can you hang up?
Well, no, I'll just turn your audio off. It's off. Okay, Angelo, I'm looking for... Okay, I found your video. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Usually I download them, and I'm not able to download yours. But let me pull it over here. And I might be able to make this work if I'm lucky. All right, so I clicked on your link, and I have it open. And this software is different than most other software, so I just gotta... Okay, I've got open here. I may just play the audio. I'm not. Well, no, I may be able to do both. Let's see if it'll let me. Okay, I'll try this. Just give me another minute here. All right. Let's see if it'll play. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, that's not working. I tried to, I've got the audio up, but I'm not capturing, the video, I'm not capturing the audio, which is the most important. Let me see if I can, no sound, exactly. Let me try something else. Sorry about that, hold on. Doggone. I should have figured out how to do this. Let's see. Display 2. It's not giving me audio capability for some reason. Doggone it. Let's see. Edge. Oh, that didn't work. Angelo, I'm going to have to download it, and I tried to do that. I'll have to. I can still figure out a way. Yeah. If you want to do that, you want to come up. Let me give you a link. Hold on 1 second. Let me get you a link. Yes. Video. Let's see here. Video call. I'm going to send you a link. And if you can do it, I think if you can hear it, I'll be able to hear it through yours. Okay, here's your link. Let's see if this will work for us. I think it will. So if you come up through that link, I've got your audio on. And nobody will see you unless you want to be seen. But your audio, we should be able to hear that song. So, Angelo, are you able to hear me? Oh, there you are.
Yes, but I'm going to have to put my headphones on. Give me a second.
All right.
Let's see here.
Can I put you on camera, or do you want me to put you on camera?
I don't think my camera's on.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll bring you up, though. Okay. So this is Angelo as a VCam, and I think we should be able to hear you.
Hello, test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Now, if I can still share screen, let's see here. Is that what this one is? Cool. Yeah, I don't think you can share screen.
Well, I've got you up there. Let me make sure here. I think you should be completely on screen, and I'm off. So you'd be, let me look, give it one more second here.
Yeah, but I don't know. Usually I have to share screen to share audio.
Try it without, because I think it'll work. If you, well, let's try it. I think you're on screen, full screen.
I can try it. Let's see if you can hear it.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Can you hear that?
No, not yet.
Yeah, how the hell do I do that?
Angelo, we can see VCam. It says VCam.
Yeah, that's my camera.
Okay, we can see that. If maybe you, okay.
Don't even let me change my camera.
If your audio came through where your voice is, if you could play the sound, it would pick up through your microphone.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good that'll be though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you know, let me try to play it through my cell phone and see if that works.
All right.
I can play it that way. Let's see here.
I got to tell you, you're bringing in the biggest viewer count, so thank you. Everything I had to say, we were down in this 1 or 2 people listening, and now we got 11.
All right, you ready?
Ready.
There's a shadow in the land of the free.
Yes, we hear it.
Flags still wave, but hearts are cold. History whispers. You've been told. Lincoln called his boys to ride, to keep a union from suicide. Freedom's price was blood and bone, but the lines now blurred and the fight's at home when power claims for our good. Remember how the tyrants stood. They said order, they said peace, and built their prisons Selma's bridge ran red with pain, but courage walked through blood and rain. We watched the God protect and harm, freedom balanced on a trembling arm. When justice wears a uniform, pray you don't forget who it's for. When the boots face home and the guns turn wrong, when the people's cries are the only sound, you can call it law, you can call it peace, but it's changed in the land of the free. From Berlin's fire to DC's stone, never kneel when the boots face home. Streets on fire, the city screamed. Dreams went dark where hope once gleamed. They said riot, we said rage. Another verse on freedom's page. King was gone, but truth remained. Still they sent the troops again. Same old orders, same old fear, same damn cycle year to year. The refuge and the lie, Cuba shores and LA's flame. Different faces, the same old game. They sell you safety, dress in need, but liberty don't wear jack boots on its feet. You don't have to burn to stand, you just have to raise your hand and say not this time, not again. You'll never make us fear our friends. When the boots face home and the guns turn round, when the people's cries are the only sound, you can call it law, you can call it peace, but it's changed in the land of the free. From Berlin's fire to DC's stone, never kneel when the boots face home. Now they watch you through your phone, tell you what you can't condone. Divide your neighbor, feed the hate, marching right through freedom's gate. Flags and slogans, holy cries, wrapped around convenient lies. Hitler promised safety too, said obey, it's what good men do. He built his power one law at a time, made dissent a traitor's crime. And now we stand where others stood, trading rights for greater good. It starts with fear, ends with moan. The silence when the boots face home. When the boots face home and the guns turn around, when the people's cries are the only sound, you can call it law, you can call it peace, but it's changed in the land of the free. Raise your voice, don't stand alone. The flag still lives when the truth is known. From Berlin's fire to DC's stone, never kneel when the boots face home. So teach your children well and clear, freedom fades when ruled by fear. The past is whispering through the lone, stand tall when the boots face home. When the boots face home and the guns turn round, when the people's cries are the only sound, you can call it law, you can call it peace, but it's changed in the land of the free. Raise your voice, don't stand alone. The flag still lives when the truth is known. From Berlin's fire to DC's stone, never kneel when the boots face home. So teach your children well and clear, freedom fades when ruled by fear. The past is whispering through the lone, stand tall when the boots face home.
There you go.
Excellent. Yeah, the sound quality will be much better. I dropped your link And if people want to go over to hear that song or others that are really equally good, the lyrics of that really just made perfect. They just spoke to the whole concern we're having today.
Yeah, I was kind of saying that when you were talking. Like, when I write the music, when I write the song, I try to use words that will kind of give you like a visual image in your brain, so that you can see a movie basically in your mind that correspond to the words. So like, you should be seeing Nazi Germany in the 30s and 40s when you hear this song, and the very steps that were taken to steal the rights away from those citizens, one law at a time. That's all it took, is one law and one fancy talker to make people believe that their rights were being taken for the greater good. And we can do in this country. We go right back to let's start with the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act. After America got attacked, the Patriot Act. We need to listen to our citizens' conversations and phones and computers and internets, because we need to make our country safer, and we just took it. We just accepted it because it was for the greater good.
Exactly.
But now, if you look at all the expansions to the Patriot Act, and you look at all the changes that have taken place in this nation, you as citizens have given up a lot of rights to privacy, to marriage, to equality, all because the politicians said it makes us safer.
Yeah. It's happened
yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. Coming from a counterintelligence perspective, which is what I did in the military, I'm always looking at everything that takes place in this country from an analytical mind. I don't look at it from CNN or Fox News or even YouTubers.
Right.
I look at it from an analytical standpoint. I analyze what I'm seeing. I analyze what people are saying, and then I look at what people are doing. And from there, I create a triangle, which creates for me an image of a perspective of what these people want to see done. I look at Minneapolis and California and New York, DC. I look at those as blueprints for a country that is slowly being taken over from within. And that's really the only way to take down a superpower is from within.
Yeah, that's what Khrushchev promised. We won't have to fire a shot. We'll destroy you from within. And that's essentially why Rome fell, and we're in the midst of a free fall ourselves. It's a moral collapse, yeah.
Every great nation falls because eventually the values of what make the citizens become less important to wealth and power. When wealth and power become more important to a nation or an individual than its people, that's going to create the downfall. And the only way you can take on a country like America or even Russia or China is you have to take the people and you have to divide them. You cannot have a unified country against a government and control that country. It's not going to work. So you have to divide them. That's the whole point of political parties and political agendas. Democrats, independents, Republicans, Green Party, Peace Party. Those are all tools to divide country into groups. Because the smaller the group, the easier it is to conquer it.
Divide and conquer, yeah.
These people, us, Americans. These people are us, Americans.
Yeah, we are them.
We're doing it to ourselves, both as a people who vote, and both as a political leader put in by us, the voters.
Right. One of the
the first part of that argument is that really is that we can't sit back and say this is not my fault. I didn't vote for him. I voted for the other person. That's not the answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that's good. I think that we have to ask that question. And ultimately, I think when people become better educated in terms of what a republic is, a democratic republic like we have, and familiarize themselves with the Constitution, our way of life, the more educated that voter is, the more able they'll be able to make the right decision, vote and elect the right people. And just speaks volumes. They do these polls on the impulse on the streets of any city in this country, and it's embarrassing when people are asked basic questions about our way of life, our culture, society, our politics, and so on, and how unfortunately undereducated we appear to be. And I think that's where education is a threat to people who would espouse authoritarianism. They count on that. The first people they round up, I know Hitler did, was the highly educated, the trade unionists, the people who had some ability to organize people, and he got rid of that threat as quickly as he could. And then you have a lot of people who just scratch their head and don't know what to do, and they're very compliant. But we have to fight that with education and also experience. People need, your time in the military would certainly be helpful to you, and any of that that's shared with the rest of our community and society is going to benefit us. And right now I'm seeing people from the military speaking up and speaking out. It wasn't just Senator...
We have
to. Exactly. The senator from Arizona...
And Janie made a good point too. Normalization, desensitization. Do you know why Hegseth summoned all of those generals to one location? First of all, when's the last time our country ever summoned all of our leaders into one location? I can count it on one hand.
Yeah.
With one finger. It's been done once. Over 150 years ago. What Hegseth is looking for are followists. He's looking for people that will follow orders from the president with
Absolutely.
no questions asked. After that meeting, 17 of those leaders resigned or retired. Why is that? Why are we not asking those questions? We're not asking those questions because our minds and our emotions are being focused elsewhere. Where are they being focused? With deportations, with ICE, with killing. We're killing American citizens. Where else did this take place? Nazi Germany, Russia, China, Japan. We're following a blueprint of nations that are communist in nature, or were, and trying to stuff things down the throats of Americans, saying we're trying to get rid of the criminals. I'm sorry, for 200 plus years this country told people, come here, come to us, we will love you, we will care for you, we will take you. If you're weak, if you're wounded, if you're oppressed, if you're abused, come here, we want you. And now 2025, we're like, not anymore. Stop. Close the doors. Shut it off. Let's not do this. We're done. We don't. That's not how this works. You can't do something for 200 years and then 1 year later go, I'm not interested in this anymore. That's just not how it works.
No. And if we try to rewrite history and don't learn from history, then we'll repeat history. I think that's a great danger. There are people, and they're counting on them, being undereducated, and they'll be so fearful and so beaten down in society that they'll go along with whatever the administration, and that's what happened in Germany. That's what happened in, as you say, historically in a lot of countries. They count on that. If they make you weak, you're going to be just focusing on working 2 jobs or 3 jobs. You won't have time to follow along the political discussions and diatribes that are going on. You won't have time to inform yourself. You'll just remain uninformed, and your vote will be very sketchy. And it's so critical that we keep, and it's ironic, isn't it, Angelo? We're in a time where information is so readily available to on the tip of our finger. You know, it's at the end of a mouse click, and we have all of this information. And yet we have to now try to sort through and decide which of it is true and which of it is not, which of it is fake and which of it is fiction or authentic. And that's a challenge as well.
I also think it's fair to, let me state this first. By nature of my voting record, I am a Republican. But in this last election, I did not vote Republican. And there were reasons why I didn't vote Republican. I do believe in border control. I do believe in, citizens that want to, or people that want to become citizens go through a process. I do believe that process is flawed very, very badly. Half of our own citizens cannot pass our own naturalization test.
That's true.
That's a problem. That's a problem. A very deep problem. About a month ago, I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm going to hop down because I think you should have Janie up. She's very intelligent, very smart. She has a very good analytic mind. I'm going to tell you a story. About 2 months ago, I was at a restaurant eating, and had my military jacket on. So, but while I was eating, I was listening to this guy next to me, also a Republican, talk about how he thinks black citizens should be this, Mexicans should be this, Chinese should be this. He's talking about taking Obama in the back and beating him up and hanging him for trees and all that stuff. And then he turned around and said, "Hey, I want to thank you for your service." I was like, I don't want you to thank me for my service. He goes, "Why not?" I said, because what you just said is an embarrassment to the country and the very tenets of what soldiers swear an oath to in the Constitution. We cannot, because we have a disagreement with somebody, we can't just take them and beat them or threaten them or shoot them. No. It doesn't matter what side of the fence they're on. I don't care what their political affiliation is. I don't care what the color of it. I don't care what color they are. I don't care what God they pray to. If you cannot have a conversation without violence or without violent tendencies, you have already lost the plot.
Yeah. You know something, Angelo? I sort of maybe underline what you're saying. ICE is already ICE, Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol. They've already picked up veterans. They've picked up veterans who happen to be darker skinned than you and I, for the only reason that their skin color was darker. And then they later had to release them. Some of them they made mistakes and didn't, and found out later on. Imagine the travesty of picking up and mistreating and brutalizing your own veterans in your own country. That's what they've done.
Oh, make no mistake. We've deported Americans.
Oh, yes.
We have deported documented American citizens and had to, in some, I think we got most of them back, but some of them are still in other countries that they're not even from.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they were born in America.
That's right.
They were born in America. I can tell you 1%. You know what I do for a living. I work in emergency management. Mm-hmm. I go on deployments all the time, whether it's to the border or to a hospital or to a state that's fighting fires. I go out. And I've been to one of these camps. Okay? I've worked at one of these camps for 6.5 months. I saw what went on there. And it's... I wish I could put it into words. And some of my friends on this very platform are all for ICE, and I get it. I don't discount their feelings. I understand how they feel. I understand it. Okay? Mm-hmm. But when you're doing it, when you're when you're in the middle of it and you're in the heart of the problem, it's not so easy. It's not so simple to go deport them. Do this, do that, do this. It's not that easy. You can't. You are in a country that is based on liberties and rights. And if you believe our current political leaders on both sides, I'm just going to say it, believe in the Constitution like the average American citizen believes in it, you are 100% wrong. That document gets in their way and prevents them from doing what they want to do.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. If we simply follow the Constitution all the way from the highest office down through, none of this would be happening. We just need to follow our own law. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Do you know why our forefathers didn't write "We the white American people of the United States of America"?
Well, I would have my opinion on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Because they knew. They were so smart that they knew years later we would come to a point where the Constitution was the one thing standing in the way of America's success or failure. So they wrote "We the people."
Well, and just to add to that, at the time of our founding in the 18th century, 1/3 of our nation's population was black slaves.
Yeah.
We the white people, and maybe they had a thought of that. Many people came over from Europe, especially southern Italy. They were darker skinned. I think that they had to really wrestle with that, and I think they probably had that in mind. Yeah. Not to say we white. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I wanted to end it with that. Thank you for letting me up. I can't wait to hear from Janie. You guys have a great night. Be safe. Stay blessed. Stay warm, and make sure you're stocked.
Hey, you too, Angelo. Great having you come up, Angelo. Sorry, damn it, Angelo. And hope people, I left your link on the side chat. People come up and check out his website. And it's not just music. He'll do. Oh, absolutely. It's really good, and there's a lot of variety there as well. So I think you'd enjoy subbing up to Angelo.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to set up a couple of different panels in the next month or so. One with
good.
VSOs, which are veteran service officers, talk about veteran benefits and how a lot of veterans are getting out of the military without realizing what benefits they qualify for. Because as usual, the government doesn't tell you. The less you know, the more they save. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
So y'all have a
wonderful
great
to
night.
hear. Thank you, Angelo. Janie, you are here? Janie?
Am I here?
Yes, I hear you. Perfect.
Okay, I didn't know I was here already, or I would have said goodbye to Angelo. Goodbye, Angelo.
I'm going to turn your audio up just a touch for you. Okay, there you go. Welcome. It's good to see you. Wasn't that nice? Angelo had so many good things to say, and I appreciate him. We've known each other. Angelo and I have been on lots of different sides of the tracks, looking at life and looking on YouTube. We've known each other for years, and the more you get to know someone, you'll either come together, like the Sufis say, "Bashk" or "Kumps." You'll come together or go apart, and we came together. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, Angelo and I haven't always been on the same opinions about people and things on YouTube, but again, like you said, we found ourselves in a place where we're able to get along and enjoy each other. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, today is another day of sorrow, deep sorrow. I won't minimize one death. If we looked at the world in general, thousands of people die every day, unnecessarily, largely from avoidable things like war, violence. I think that military dictatorship is happening all the time. Right now it's happening in our own backyard. Janie, tell Stellar to feed Fluffy. Oh, she's been fed already. She's been fed. So there.
Okay.
Janie, go right ahead.
Oh, well, like I said, and I'm not saying this to be morose or morbid, but we are all going to die one day, and certainly we all know that. Some of us don't like to admit to it or like to push it out of our thoughts or whatever, but it is, a guaranteed thing. Up with life comes the fact that we are all going to die. The difference between what's happening now is that, dying for no real reason. I think that everyone has some idea of what they want their death to be. And I think we all pray that our death will be a good one. Whether to some people that means, they hope they go in their sleep, or they hope they go in some way that is valiant or valuable, to others, whatever reason. But we just see this senseless death, and senseless death does happen every single day too. Like you
Right.
said, though, in our country, we don't see as much of that senseless death as we see in other places, and therefore, we just really. Well, I shouldn't say we. I should only speak for myself. But I really have a hard time dealing with seeing it happening right here.
Right. I do too. Well,
And I was thinking,
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, and I'm even a little bit reticent to ask, but I do feel like I would like to ask you if it would be okay for us to pray together.
Oh, absolutely.
I do a lot of praying on my own. I know that a lot of other people do that too. But I also do believe that where two or more are gathered in my name, I am there. And maybe I've just not been praying with enough other people because I think God is listening, but I think we need a little more help.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think that, before we pray, it's like love. It's a many-splendored thing. And some people learn, usually we all do as children, to memorize prayers. It might be the Lord's Prayer, the Hail Mary, perhaps something else, but it might be Psalm 23. Whatever it might be, they're all good. As we become adults, prayer becomes not speaking to God, but listening to God. At some point, we want to fall silent, and our more mature prayers as adults is we listen and God speaks. So the deeper forms of prayer that I became familiar with in the seminary and in a religious order had to do with what they call contemplation, where you let God speak to you. I can imagine God in heaven, so to speak, right? Eventually, Stellar's going to shut up. We think. And when he does, I'll get a word inside saddle. There was a Bhagwan who said, "Don't listen to my words, listen to the spaces in between my words." And I think there's wisdom there, that we want to be contemplative and reflective, because until we are, we'll never learn a darn thing. We really have to listen. And so we listen to each other when we pray. We learn a great deal. When people pray, they tell us what their values are. When people give a speech on a given topic, they tell us what their values are. And I just think it's important. I would say in any serious conversation, like the one you and I are having right now, and we had with earlier with Dolly and also Angelo, a serious conversation, prayer is actually going on the entire time, provided that our soul is listening. That Abraham Lincoln said that's the angels of our better nature that are taking in what's happening and benefiting as a result of it. So if you want to pray, I'd like to do that with words, if it's necessary, with words, but also with silence. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but this is really kind of jarring. The language in heaven, the language spoken in heaven, is silence. It's not French, it's not English, it's not Spanish, it's not Russian, Chinese, it's silence. Because all souls are directed toward what is sacred and holy, what gives life to the universe. And we're simply in pause to take that in, and we have to stop at some point. And that's the deepest form of prayer, and when we do, we learn.
Right, I agree with you, and I am all for having silence. But I would like to say the names.
Yes.
A Good and Alex Petty.
Yes, thank you.
Just because, those do need to be spoken. And after that, I am all for whatever, anyone wants to do in silence with their prayers.
Yeah, I'm glad you said their name. That is really the most profound prayer that we can pray, is we're acknowledging other human life. Those two souls have left this earth, so to speak. I believe that we're with them now in spirit. But we don't forget them. Because they haven't really been lost. They've simply transitioned. Now, I believe that firmly with all my heart. I mean, I leave room for it. If you don't believe in God, I'm good with that. But I do believe that love never dies. And the strange thing about we humans is we are capable of love. So there's going to be a remnant, something of us that remains no matter how we leave this world. And I'm glad you uttered their names. They're still with us in their spirit, in their soul, in the world. To me, that is... Yes. And I would pray, my prayer right now is that the infinitely loving God of all that is will help us to remember who we are. That we're a part of God. We're going to God, and we're living in God. That God is indwelling in us, as John would say in the gospel. We never forget who we are. To me, that would be a great prayer for members who are putting on an ICE uniform, to remember prayerfully who you are and who everyone else is, that we are in fact children of God.
Yes, we are all his children. And it doesn't matter whether we're, our country's laws are not God's laws. And it doesn't matter if we came here the right way or the wrong way. We are here, and we are children.
Yeah. Well, I will be happy to say amen to that. I think that's profound, and that touched me. I hope it touched you. I think it did. If people could spend a moment in just peaceful gratitude for both of their lives, Renee Good and what was his name?
Alex Pretty.
Alex Pretty. I know he was an emergency room nurse. And
he was an ICE for veterans.
Yes. And he would have known the value of life. He may have been involved in saving life every day, yet his was taken from him.
If I can make one, I just lost the word I wanted. Anyway, one thing I noticed, and I know I mentioned it before, is that Renee Good's last words in this world were of kindness and almost apology, where
Right.
she said, I'm not mad at you, dude. That's okay. And his last act in this world was, and I don't know what else he did, but the last thing he did before he was taken out of the world was he was trying to render aid to a woman who had been sprayed with pepper spray.
Right.
So I think, I think there's a lot that tells you about people and what their last action before their lives were taken from them was.
Exactly. That's beautifully put. Very well put. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to do a time when we just talk about what prayer is and how it actually works. It's a mystery, but we can say prayer does have an effect on our lives. People who are prayed for do usually improve in some way, if not physically, certainly spiritually and mentally, emotionally. And prayer is a real touching the universe, that which is larger and bigger than ourselves. and does have and can have a concomitant effect. I really believe that. And a lot of times I think prayer, I'll just say this, when we pray, it's important to realize that we're not asking God to once again send a rescue mission. But in fact, the rescue mission God is going to send is our prayer will motivate us to get up off our ass and do it and be the miracle. That's, I know that's.
I've seen many times that, you know, a prayer is just a wish if you don't follow it with action and change.
Then we become the answer to the prayer. And I think that's how it was intended to be from the beginning, is that we have the indwelling Spirit of God within us. That's what St. John says, you know, that God indwells within us. And if that's true, I believe it is, then we have what's necessary. When we pray, we're praying for that Spirit to take hold of our life and help us to leave behind the things that are disgusting and hurtful, and embrace the things that are compassionate and loving, and to move forward. And then you are a prayer in motion.
Yeah.
You know, I love this. There's a story, and a true story. There was a activist in the 60s and 70s, Daniel Berrigan. He happened to be a Jesuit priest, but anyway, and he had a brother who was also an activist. But Daniel Berrigan was asked one time, what does a Christian look like? What is a Christian? And he thought for a minute, and he looked at the wall where there was a crucifix, which is a cross with a corpus, so that's Latin for the body of Christ on the cross. And he looked over at that, and he pointed to it, and he said, what is a Christian? Well, ask yourself what you and I are going to look like hanging like he is on that piece of wood. Which simply means, are you willing to do what he did? Can you see yourself being a woman or a man of sacrifice? Can you carry your cross in your life? Can you live your life at a higher level, or are you going to live at the lowest common denominator? What is a Christian? Well, it involves sacrifice, which is the highest form of love. The greatest act of love is to lay down your life. Of course, I'm quoting Jesus by saying that. Yeah, he was also asked one time, I never forget because he's kind of quotable and he's had some great wisdom. He said, he was asked about, what would be the way you would best describe spirituality? And a lot of people would say, and he said this, well, it's in your mind and your thinking is right with God, and so, or it's in your heart where your heart is loving and ready to go and love others. He said it's not in your mind or your heart. It's in your ass. It's in your ass where you get your butt up off the couch and put your thoughts and your heart in action and do it. And I thought that was really right on target.
Yeah.
Well, it's challenging, right? Not for the faint of heart being a Christian if you're really genuine. Janie, did you have any other thoughts? I mean, it's. I just wanted to talk about the danger of Christian nationalism because that's what's fueling the motor of people who are advocating, and a lot of the biggest MAGA supporters are in the Christian nationalist movement and in their churches, and that's usually white evangelical churches primarily.
Yeah, and everything that I heard you say about that, I agree with. It's frightening. It's frightening that you could take something that is, supposed to be so loving and turn it so twisted,
right,
into a thing of power and money. Yeah, it's disturbing.
Yeah, it should all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say I have a lot of things I could say. It may be hard to believe, but I'm a little bit at a lack of words just because it's really hit me. I'm so heartbroken that I was heartbroken when Renee Good was killed, and I'm heartbroken now that Alex Preddy has been killed. Because these are people who woke up with plans for the day, and I'm sure these were not their plans.
No.
And then the people they leave behind, they could be any one of us. We all wake up with plans in the morning, even if it's just like me with a plan to take a nap later.
Right.
And it's just heartbreaking to see people going out and just living their life, helping where they think they're helpful. And then it's over. And we all have that in our lives, because like I said, the only guarantee in life is that it will end one day.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't ever end like this.
When you're young and vital, it's like they say, a parent should never bury a child. How on earth can we can't imagine it, we don't want to justify it, it doesn't seem right. And in many ways it isn't. I remember hearing from a woman who had to do that with her infant, and my thought was, you fall silent because you have nothing you say will help. But I thought to myself, maybe God wanted that child for a brief moment of time to be here on earth to help their parent learn how to deal and cope. That child was a gift to their parent in that brief moment of its life. And yet we think in the future. Yeah. We think of the enormity and the great expanse of life and how so many things might have been, Like Robert Kennedy said, Bobby Kennedy, I dream of things that, how do you put it? I dream things of things that, do you remember that? He talked about the things that have never been. I forget how it went. I shouldn't have tried to say that without putting it in my mind first. But I do think that, I dream things that never were, or some men dream things that never were, but I dream things that, some men dream things that never were. I dream things that might be, or something along those lines, yeah. Kind of futuristic in the sense that, we can make a difference in the world. We can make the world a better place. It doesn't get complicated when it comes down to all of what's happening. Ask ourselves, is what we're seeing on TV, if what we're seeing coming from the halls of Congress, what we're seeing from the mouth of the president and his tweets, are we seeing the love of Jesus? And is it benefiting anybody? Who's it benefiting? And if we can't answer that without saying it's not benefiting the people, it's benefiting one person, we should really seriously wake up. That should be a wake-up call.
I mean, like I said, I have so many other things, that I could talk about and say, but all this is just really taking the wind out of me. And another thing that has got me feeling that way is just seeing that picture of that little 5-year-old boy who was detained in his little blue bunny hat, and he was taken away from Minneapolis, where he lived with his family, and was put into detention in Texas. He's 5. What are we doing?
I just thought of that quote. I'm typing it in the side chat. It was, some men see things as they are and say why. I dream things that never were and say why not.
Right, that's it.
Yeah, that was Robert Kennedy, Sr. Yeah. I think it's important, Janie, for our little community, which is not a large one, but we know each other to some degree, and for us to have an opportunity to talk about serious things of a serious nature from time to time. Oftentimes, we come here for usually entertainment. Some people find their lives maybe not as exciting as they'd like, or they're bored, and they want to just talk to someone. Sometimes we're lonely. And I get that way. I come on just to say hello. But every now and then, we face things in our world, in our society, and I think today is one of those days. And this past year has been one of these, especially a year like that.
Yeah, actually, that is one of the things that this makes me feel is very lonely. And I'm surrounded by people. I have lived here. And my dog and my kittens and my brother-in-law and my mother-in-law and all the people who are around me, but I still feel very lonely. And I think part of that is because I know I feel things differently than other people, and that's not to say that they're cold or callous. It's to say that I am very sensitive to these kind of things, and so I try not to burden them with how sad these things make me.
Right.
And that feels lonely. And so it's nice to come here and have someone like you who can talk about these things. I don't feel like I'm putting, burden on you.
Oh heavens, no. No.
So, or on Dolly or whoever's in the side chat, because I feel like we're separated enough by our screen or whatever that I'm not really depleting you of your life force. But I am a very sensitive person, and it would be easy to deplete the people around me of their life force. So,
yeah. There's another psychologist and Jesuit that I have had, maybe I would say, he's made the biggest impact on my life, and that was Anthony DeMello. If you type the name Anthony DeMello, you would, in a YouTube search, you would find him and some of his presentations and his wisdom. But he talks about primarily the goal of being alive, being a human being, is waking up. He said we're born asleep, we go to school in our sleep, we get a job in our sleep, we get married in our sleep, we breed children in our sleep, and we die in our sleep, never fully awakening to the beauty all around us, the gift of life and who we are that we've never come to know. And that's the great tragedy. We live our whole life without fully being awake, And I think what he means by that is being awake to the reality of everything around us that's going on. And at some point, really awakening to the spiritual presence of God, which is there, but we don't often see it. And every spiritual tradition has talked about it. And there are different methodologies and paths we can take, including prayer, to try to... St. Augustine said, our hearts are restless until they rest in you, Lord. And I think that pretty well says it. We have when we're born, we have a heart, we have a God-shaped hole in every human heart. And we have to fill it with that from whence we came. Now that's for me. I believe in God. But for others, I think that we all want to find meaning in life. And I apply a spiritual meaning. I also derive meaning from science and psychology and many places. I think it's important. Wherever you look, there's a possibility of finding meaning in everything that's happening at this time.
And I think that's another reason why I feel like I feel things about this that maybe some other people don't. Some people are able to just say, it happened, mistakes were made, whatever. But I see the connection between everything, and I feel that connection. Yeah. And that's why I believe that you can be religious and still believe in science and still believe in psychology and still believe, that you could be atheist and still believe that there is some purpose to your life, that you're here for a reason without being religious or believing in a higher power. I think
Right.
I see how one thing affects everything.
Right.
And it can be very overwhelming.
It really can.
You know, one ICU nurse, people will think, well, you know, okay, so one ICU nurse won't be showing up for work anymore. I see the people who depended on him and the people
Right.
who maybe he's known long term and cared for and who he's pulled through devastating times, or that he's given comfort to, or whatever it is. It's all, we're all connected. And that's one of the Native American beliefs that I've always felt very strong about, is the web of life.
Yes.
And how everything is connected. And if you pull one part of the web, you're going to affect the entire web.
And you know, that I'm so glad you said that, because science, string theory, quantum mechanics, the most contemporary view that humans have of science is saying the very same thing. That we have interconnectivity at the macro and the micro level. That there is that. And that there's a spirituality lesson in that as well. And something I've been hoping to kind of go into that area and talk a little bit about it. I have touched around it a little bit in the past, but not for a while.
I would love to join you when you do that.
Oh, that'd be great. I'd love you to. Absolutely. I mean, before I do that, I'm kind of hoping to do a topic on death. I know it sounds morbid, and I'm not really morbid. Death doesn't, actually, to me, is the opposite of morbidity. Death brings me great hope and joy, because I don't really believe in dying. I believe that I believe in transformation. I don't believe that anything ends, it just transformed, like the butterfly and the chrysalis. I don't think that there's any, there's like, they call it in Catholicism, transubstantiation. But you lose nothing. You know, bread and wine becomes the body and blood of Christ, but it's really, you lose. You're a stardust, like R.C. Arts is saying. And that song back in the 60s really kind of did, knowingly or not, it hit at a great eternal truth. We're stardust, we're golden, and that, whether they realized it, was speaking right up to 21st century scientific understanding.
Yeah, and I believe that same way. Like I said, I believe that, you know, energy can't be destroyed, it can only be transformed. And so whatever energy you were made of in life, death doesn't destroy that energy, it just transforms it.
Exactly.
Into what? I am not sure. Let's hope that's not why I get so many kittens gifted to me by the universe. Everyone is being turned into kittens and brought to my doorstep. But yeah.
I firmly believe that love doesn't die. I don't think that love has expiration point at all, a date on it. And when it comes to kittens and dogs and those that we love and human beings, or whatever. You know, God said, God so loved the world. God never said, God just said, God loves humans. He said, God loves the world. And that's everything. Nothing's left out when he speaks that way. But I think that our hearts, unlike our stomachs, which have a capacity, our hearts have no capacity. And they're quite capable of embracing an infinite capacity of love. There just is no boundaries for love.
If I can be of any help for you on your stream about death, I did do some specialization in grief and death.
Oh, excellent.
In my psychology. So, and I'm familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross.
You studied Ross. I was just going to ask you.
Yes, I have all her books because I did a little bit of a specialization in grief counseling and death counseling.
Wonderful.
At one time I wanted to be a death doula, but I realized that would be way too hard on me physically.
Mm-hmm.
um, in a perfect world, I would be able to control my own grief. But when my brothers both died, I realized that I am not as equipped for grief as I thought I was. And so that's when I realized that I wasn't going to become deaf with
Well, the younger you are, the more difficult, I think, as a general rule, it is for people to talk about it. We're in the death-denying culture. I took, in my last year in seminary, a course called Thanatology. Thana is Latin for death, all things death and dying. And probably the most interesting and maybe even useful classes I took. Because the more we can understand the dying process, the more we'll understand the meaning and value of life. And we did study Kubler-Ross, and I was able to take a clinical pastoral CPE course in a hospital up in Hamilton, Ontario. I'm so glad. Maybe one of the most important things I ever did. It gave me an appreciation. But I do think that the studies that are going on at the University of Virginia, where they would be the preeminent place in the United States doing near-death studies, is really helpful as well. And listen to your local hospice nurse. There's so many places to find that are resources for understanding about, and death should not be feared. One of the interesting things that Jesus talked about more than anything else was, don't be afraid, fear not. Don't be anxious about tomorrow. Today is enough worry. Whereas he kept telling people, fear not. Do not be afraid, little flock. Because fear paralyzes us. And one of the bigger fears, there's a name for it, I can't think of it right now, but there's a fancy word for, some people are writing books about this. It's still a new area. One of the things that is driving the human condition is this fear of death. And I think that that's true insofar as we have evolved over almost 2 million years to be human beings struggling to stay alive and not die.
Well, when I had my own near-death experience, what came of that was that I really do not fear death. I don't want it to happen because, I would have some mental issues if I was sitting around, thinking, gosh, I really wish I'd die. But I don't want it to happen. I know it is going to happen. I'm not afraid of death itself. I just am afraid of there being any pain associated with my death.
Of course, right. Woody Allen made a joke of that. He said, I don't fear death at all. He says, I just don't want to be around when it happens. Right. He
but
was the one
that's
that...
what I was talking about earlier. We should all pray. We probably all think or pray for a good death, right?
Right.
And that's probably a painless death. And a death for some people would be, a good death would be surrounded by their family and the people that they love. Or, just going quietly in their sleep. Or for a reason, fighting for something. Yeah. A good death. And so that's what I pray for. I pray that I'll have a good death. But I don't fear death itself, because when I was technically dead, it was peaceful. It was wonderful. And I don't want to hasten anyone into thinking, well, I got to get me some of that peace. But I'm just saying that I don't actually fear that anymore. And I used to fear that a lot.
Sure. Do you see what Conklin said? I'd rather death weren't painful. I'd much rather die in my sleep after eating a large New York steak and cheesecake. New York style cheesecake quietly. Yeah, I mean, the humor is important when you're talking, especially about this topic. But I do think that all of us would be grateful for a swift death. Not one that's prolonged. Some people have a prolonged death. I don't know if you know this person. he was a German pastor who was hung by the Nazis in 1945, about 2 weeks before he would have been released. Well, he was hung with 4 or 5 other people. I'm trying to think of his name, but they hung these men in ways that would make the death prolonged and painful. They put the knot of the rope, the hanging rope, on the side rather than the back, so it wouldn't snap the neck. So they would struggle and suffocate and be in torment and all of that.
That is.
But yeah. But the type of death, the manner of death, and how we die, every human being will die slightly different. There's probably no repeats. They may look similar, but one thing I did learn is that you don't have to learn how to die. You don't have to read a book or a manual about how do I die. The body knows how. And we don't have to teach it. The body knows very well how to make the heart beat and let the heart stop. The body knows very well how to, have respiration and how to stop respiration. We don't have to teach the body how to die. There are some things for the living who are attending to the dying that would be helpful to help the person dying go in more ease than dis-ease. So those things would be helpful.
Right. And a lot of people, and I will tell you this, when I was studying, thinking of doing, death doula, a lot of people think that, and this is the whole belief in magical thinking that people have. They think that if they don't tell the person that they're dying, that, that somehow elongates their life. Where what research and all of that has proven is that a lot of people, if they know they are dying, it gives them a chance to live what is left of their life with more dignity.
Right.
And also, a lot of people have a really hard time telling people who are actively dying that it's okay to go. But that is actually, I think, one of the kindest things you could do, because like Dolly just said, she doesn't want to leave her kids. A lot of people will hang on in unnecessary pain because of that. They don't want to leave. How can I leave my kids? And if those children were to say, it's okay if you go, we're going to be all right, we love you, we could end a lot of unnecessary suffering.
Right.
But we've got it in our minds that that magical thinking causes the death. No, it doesn't.
No.
It actually frees the person.
Yeah, if we really hung on to the reality that there's something greater there waiting for us. Now that's for anybody. You don't have to believe any religious tradition, but if you do hang on to the hope that life is meaningless, really, if we can't go on, I mean, all the things that happen, imagine the world coming to an end and all of the several million years of human existence and even time before that, and it amounts to nothing. There's nothing else there. I would scratch my head and say, what would have been the purpose then? Can we not take something out of all of that and say this will live on? And that's another real argument for that there must be. It would seem to make no sense if there weren't something else to have hope in beyond this world. So I certainly am one of those people that think life would be meaningless, absurd, like Albert Camus would call it absurd in some ways if we didn't have some possibility that every act of virtue. The French philosopher said the only things we take with us at death are just so many good deeds that you can hold in your hand. What have you done with your life? And all of that, those loving acts of kindness that you take with you. That's what made your soul great, and your soul lives on. Well, that's my belief. And I don't fear death. I think it's always the manner of death. We'd like to have it simple and easy and, gracious, one that, isn't going to be a burden to anyone else or a painful one to anyone. Arts Conklin says the purpose is to live, to have lived and experienced life itself. That's right. That's all I got, but I'm good with it. I like that too.
When my brothers passed, I had two very different experiences with death in a very short time frame. So my oldest brother, he had heart problems. He had 4 massive heart attacks and all kinds of things. And he chose not to have a lot of the things done that could have prolonged his life. And we respected that. We did not try and, those were his wishes. But we knew it was coming, right? We knew his death was coming. And the last time I talked to him, I just felt compelled to tell him, listen, if I don't get to talk to you again before you have to go, and he tried to stop me, right? And I said, no, please, let me finish. If I don't get to talk to you again before you have to go, it's okay. I love you, and I know you love me. And I know that I will see you again.
Yeah.
He was, he was good with it then, once I got it out. Then 5 weeks later, after he passed, my other brother died of a heroin overdose. Well, it was actually a fentanyl overdose.
Sure.
So we were not expecting that. And I didn't get to say to him, I love you, and I know you love me. So each death is so different and personal that we think we prepare ourselves for them, right? But we really can't. So yeah, one thing I wish is that people would talk more openly about death, just in everyday life. My dad and I have started talking about it, and I've let him know that I know he loves me, and I love him very much. He's 80 years old. I hope that we get to keep talking for years and years and years. But I don't want, if something were to happen, I don't want him unnecessarily feeling like he has to hang on to life through pain and discomfort because he's afraid that I don't know that he loves me or whatever. He's afraid of leaving me.
Sure.
So, yeah, I just think these are important conversations to have, and have them when death isn't even imminent.
Oh, if you can do that, yes. Making advanced planning directives, you probably can't start those too early. A lot of young people don't, and some young people die. But if we can look at it in a positive way, it'll make it much easier to do that. Nobody is promised tomorrow, not a one of us.
No. Like I said earlier, a man got up this morning and went out to get himself some donuts and coffee, and he didn't come home. And that wasn't part of his plan for the day.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think that's that magical thinking again. People think that if they talk about it and if they make plans, like say you're 37 and you've already went and prepaid for your funeral so that your family doesn't have to worry about that. It's almost like people think that's jinxing you, right?
Right.
But it's not. It's actually an extreme act of love to say that I know my life is not forever, and here is me loving you enough to not put you through having to decide what to do when you're going to be grieving. Not having to decide what my medical care will be, because here is what I want. And I may only be 35 years old, but I don't want to be on life support, or I do want to be on life support, or don't. I just think it's a very loving act to not put people in the position to have to make those decisions
right
in the moment. when they are so distressed and distraught.
Absolutely.
Now, it's still going to happen. There are still going to be people who have to make those decisions.
Right.
But, yeah, I just think those are important things to talk about.
Yeah. And in fact, if we do this topic in the near future, I think that is an important part of it. You know, we have to do advanced directives and make life not too great of a burden. It's bad enough when a loved one dies. We should be grieving, and we are grieving. And then to have to, in the mix, the throes of all of that. So anything that can be done to plan for the inevitable, which is awaiting all of us. Not a human being escaped death that I know of.
And one thing that angers me, and I've never touched on it before, but I think this is another reason why we should talk about it more. People who have just lost someone they love, and they sit in front of a man who says, or a man or a woman who says, well, you want your loved one to have the best casket or the best service and they are preyed upon. And that angers me to no end because nobody said what they wanted. You know, tell me what you want. Do you just want a small service? Do you just want to be cremated and have a memorial service? Be specific, because in the moment, and I have been in this position, in the moment when you're sitting there trying to make arrangements for someone, it is very easy to be preyed upon and think that a show of your true love for that person is how much money you spend on them in their death.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that almost every person who has died would want you to be frugal. They are gone. Take care of you. Do not blow $20,000 on having, the biggest service ever. That does not show your love. Your love does not have a price.
That's right. Just to piggyback on that, Janie, I've often thought that, how is my thought now? Before we die, the greatest gift we can give, really going both ways, is for the elderly person who is thinking about it. That, time is, what's my shelf or expiration date? We never know. Start making videotapes. Start making recordings. Start writing things down. Put together something that once you go, they will have something to remember you by. See, when my mother died, I was 7 years old, so I don't really remember her very well at all. But if she had had the modern technology, she could have made a video. She could have done anything. And what a gift that would be to offer to those who now are going to live the rest of their lives without you. What a wonderful thing to do.
It's so funny you say that, because last year, not this past one, but the year before, for my dad for Father's Day, I got him a journal. It's a guided journal for a parent to tell their child things that a child may want to know about them, about their childhood, about their, career, about how they felt about historical events as they happened, all of that, because I thought, what a great gift that would be, not only for my dad to reminisce and to journal about these things, but for me to have someday when he does pass. And when this thing with Renee Good happened, and I was thinking about the children she left behind, I started my own journal for Grayson and Serenity, who are 4 and 6, that I will leave. And let's hope that it turns into many journals, but that they can, when they are older, can read. And I've been putting, like, today, here's what we did together. We watched Cinderella, and you said this, and I thought it was very insightful, or whatever, just in the moment. Every night I've been writing in that, so that if it happens tomorrow that I pass, or if it happens, 20 years from now that I pass, I've left them something for them to remember who I was, how we loved each other, things we did together. I think, like you said, that is a wonderful gift.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. They will appreciate it. The living will have that as a memorial to them. I don't want an urn in a nice jar, fancy jar on someone's, shelf as a way of remembering me. I'd rather they have a videotape of me cracking stupid jokes, or maybe even saying a word or two of wisdom, anything, or how much I love them. That's, I think, a gift of immense value.
Right.
And we can pretty much all do that, even on our cell phones.
I delete every voicemail I get. Eventually, after I've called back or whatever, I delete them. The only ones I don't delete are the ones from my dad and a few that I have from my mom. The nice ones
Right.
from my mom. My mom doesn't always leave kind voicemails, so I do delete those. But my father always leaves kind voicemails. Hey Janie, this is your dad. I'm just calling to see how you're doing. I love you. Give me a call back as soon as you get a chance. They all say basically the same thing, but I will not delete them.
Right. Janie, did you hear some static? I thought I heard some static.
Yeah,
I heard a little static.
I know you're not talking of me.
There it is. I heard it again. You're so
Okay,
terrible.
I have a couple things. Just because you don't want that on your hands, do you? Okay, I do have a couple of friends who, when they passed, I don't know if this is legal, so don't repeat it, but they owned farmland, and they both were cremated, and then they both were buried. They put them in the ground with, just their ashes, and then they planted trees on them. And I think
Right.
that is a beautiful idea.
Oh, it is, yeah.
I don't know if it's legal, but I love it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I like
ashes
that.
aren't. You can put
I
ashes
think you can
anywhere.
bury
I
ashes.
think.
Yeah. I
Right.
believe you can. 'Cause I know that Luke's uncle was cremated, and they actually then took him and buried him at the cemetery next to his mother. And they were allowed to do that without,
Right.
paying or any kind of that.
Well, it's biodegradable. I mean, shouldn't be any problem that I'm aware
The
of.
state I live in, they claim, and I think it's because, they got to get as much money as they possibly can, but they claim in the state I live in that even if you're buried at the graveyard, my husband is buried in a graveyard. He was cremated. He
Right.
has a friggin', what's it called? The thing you put in the ground for vault. He has a vault.
A vault.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'll try and
Yeah,
talk you into
the man
that every
is cremated.
I have a
Yeah.
vault in my basement. I have a vault downstairs full of money. Yeah, I send
Is that what
Rochester down.
Oh, what-
Every night, Rochester goes down and counts the money in my vault.
And Rochester, please text me that balance every night.
Oh, Rochester! You remember Jack Benny? Jack Benny? Oh, Rochester!
Rochester. Okay, the other thing I was going to
grieving
say was,
people, though. I'm sorry, Dolly, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. It's hard. I can't say I hate Stellar because I say that I hate him all the time, but it's always in jest. Usually when he hangs up on me, he's like, I hate you. Anyway, he said, okay, so what did you just say about Stellar? I have no idea. Anyway, I know where it was. Silence. That's what you tell me all the time. My husband, we knew he was going to pass. And the only good thing I could say about his passing was that we got to say all those things that other people don't get to say. Like you said with your own brother, Janie. We got to say, I'm sorry, I forgive you, I love you, I'll be okay. We had that chance to say all that, and I think that really brought us both a lot of peace that we may not have known about until after he passed.
It actually is, it gives you the opportunity to begin grieving before the death occurs.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a good point.
you're already partway into the grieving process, and you still have the person you're grieving for by your side. So it's not like ripping off a Band-Aid. You're already started.
No, it isn't.
And that is so important to do.
Right.
I'm telling you, I've done it by book and I've done it with my husband. It sucks. It's hard to lose somebody. And I think it's harder for the person, I don't know how to say this. I think it's harder on the person that's mourning than the person who's passing. I think it's harder on them. I've been on both sides of that fence, and yeah, I think I don't want to be the mourner. I know I'll be okay. I know my husband's okay, but I don't want to be the mourner.
Right.
Okay, and then there was another thing that wasn't as sad. It wasn't sad at all, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, you keeps me. Don't you wish your phone had that capability?
Silence.
Yes, I heard that. I saw that. All right, you guys keep going. And never mind. I'll tell you that privately. Just
well, you don't have to.
There was a big and.
You don't have to leave.
Oh, that's okay. I've got snow to watch. Jamie, what happened between 4 and 14 minutes?
Oh, I survived it.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I heard about that.
Yes, I survived that 14 minutes worth of sleep we got, and I think we're getting more now. I'm still surviving. I'm hanging in there, Dolly, with your support.
I am hands across America with you right now. Now, also, Stella, I don't want to say dirty things on your channel. I'm going to, because, who am I? But, Jamie, did anything freeze as it was coming out?
What?
No. It was warmed by my body.
Was it? Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Plus, like they tell you to leave the faucets dripping. Well, I'm old, and every time I cough or sneeze, the faucet drips. So
that is the best thing that can happen to an old person. It really is.
I thought you were going to say every time you sneeze, an angel gets his wings. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Not a woman after childbirth or a certain age. Nope.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
It keeps our pipes from freezing.
It's a little ditty they don't tell you at confirmation or anything.
Look,
or junior high sex talk.
We want to, the two most deadly conversations, most dangerous, most painful, talking about death and then talking about, what was the other one you just mentioned? And then
urinary drippage.
Yeah, that.
With
and
women
then,
who cough.
And then, of course, marriage. That would be other of the topics.
Marriage is a very scary thing.
We don't want to go in too deep into that. This would be that's the trifecta of fear. Yeah, something like that.
Well, the three of us have all been married.
Yeah, I was listening to a stand-up comic the other day, and he said it's crazy, the statistic that 43% of marriages end in divorce. He said, but what I think is crazier than is that 57% end in death. Either way, you're not getting out of it well.
That's right. Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more. What do the police call it? Homicides. There are plenty. There are enough, right? Sorry.
Yeah, but he said there's only two ways this is going to end: divorce or death.
Divorce or death, yeah. A lot of us, when you get married and you stand up there till death do you part, you think, well, wait a minute. Let me think that through. She is a gun owner.
Well, and I think sometimes people forget when they're 20 and getting married, death do you part. No, Jude, you better really think about that, because death could be a billion years away. No, I had a good marriage. I don't know what I'm bitching about. I'm not. But I think it's still funny, kind of.
Well,
but I don't know if I do it. It is healthy to realize that you're going to be married to one human being forever.
Right, but the good news is at the end of everything they say in heaven there is no marrying, so you're free to shop around. Just kidding.
Good luck with that, Stellar. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there for
go
those
ahead
that
and throw
are
it out, babe.
those who have a hope eternal inside their hearts.
Or someone who said, well, hey, yeah, there will be a wedding in heaven, believe me.
Maybe that's our reward.
Adam and Eve probably are married.
What's that, Jamie?
I said, do you think maybe that's our reward for being faithful on earth? If we stay faithful in our marriage on earth and we don't go out and prowl around, when we get to heaven, we're allowed to play the field.
Yeah. No, actually, let me take that comment seriously, because playing the field would be, in the best possible way of describing playing the field, would be saying that our hearts are so enlarged, so wide open, that we are willing and we're capable of loving everyone we meet. We won't have to worry about having premarital sex in heaven, because we probably won't have a body readily available. So all of those urges, you can just forget about that. We think, well, I'm going to miss pizza night. I'm going to miss Monday night football. I'm going to miss, there's a lot of things we'll miss, but maybe we won't, because this will be so, eye has not seen or ear heard how overwhelming heaven will be. And with, who wouldn't want to be in a place where everybody just can't stand to be without me and love me, right? The opposite is the way it is here.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I'm still having pizza when I go to heaven.
Maybe it will be so nice that we won't have to have things to distract us from what it is. Like here, we need or movies or vacation to distract us from the reality of life. But there it is so nice.
Yeah. Janie, you hit upon, that is very, very important. Because life is a distraction as long as we're living in a human bag of skin, in an environment that is temporal, that space-time and all of that's involved, and we're simply making decisions that we won't be necessarily. Everything will look different. Everything will be very different and very much favorable to how it looks now. But we can't conceive of it. But I'm just trusting that it will so far precede what we're undergoing right now, and we won't be distracted. I think that was
seriously. Do you seriously want to go through eternity? Don't you tell me, and don't you mute me. Do you seriously think that you're going to go through entire eternity without being in love or making love or eating a good piece of pizza?
No, listen, well, the pizza maybe not, we won't need that, but I'm just saying, love, how's it going, Princess Bride? Love is, marriage is a beautiful thing. No, I think that love is one of those things that isn't contingent upon a human body. So love will be, when you think about love, when I think about love, I don't think about my body. Because what's operative inside me when I feel strongly and deeply about things, I don't feel it in my pinky finger. I don't feel it in my thumb. I don't feel it in the end of my nose. I don't feel love. It's somewhere in there, but I don't think I need the rest of this physicality for it to. So I think we definitely will hang on to that. I think it resides in the soul.
I think so too. And so the most we can think maybe is that I'm so sorry, I'm coughing. Is that when we're in heaven, we'll come into contact with another soul, and we'll be like, "Nice soul."
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still
it'll.
going back to Stellar's idiot thing.
Oh, please don't, please, Dolly, you don't need to be that kind to me, please.
You don't want me to sugarcoat it for you?
Your charity is too much. You can speak plainly to me.
I'm sorry. I respect you, and that's why I pussyfoot around my opinions around you.
Oh.
Also, I'm scared of you. I'm fearful. And so
No.
I'm afraid to tell you my truth.
I am just he who must be obeyed, not feared.
By Dolly.
That's what my dad said. He
I
said,
love every time you say that.
Among the women I have known, my dad said, I am he who must be obeyed. They actually said that's what the women tell
Dolly.
him.
I did not get to meet your dad, and I would not make him say by Dolly.
Yeah, well, no, he would have liked you. He would have liked you. He probably would have liked you more than he liked me. Let's put it that way.
Well, I would have at
Conklin.
least have somebody to bounce ideas off of.
Well, we need that, but I think we'll have that. I just don't think the appetites of the human condition, I honestly, my favorite pizza place, I would think, I don't know if I want to go into eternity without being able to stop there from time to time. I think there'll be so many things that will supersede and surpass it'll be left on the back burneritis. Like when we were kids, it was Kool-Aid, and now it's the best German beer or whatever, wine or whatever it is. I just think that something will replace it, and we won't miss it. Conklin says, I love...
Can I say something really, really frank or stellar?
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Yes, Frank, go ahead.
Seriously, there are things. God did not give you a human body for an accident. He gave us our body and our soul and our heart and blah, 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 blah. So, doggone it, he also gave you drives, urges. I don't see those urges going away in heaven.
Well, where do the urges come from in the first place?
But you won't have a body, so what would your urge be?
I don't care.
Someone?
It keeps up with my heart or my soul or my brain.
Dolly, let's just come to the conclusion that your animal urges are overwhelming you right now. That's a good one.
Yes, but
one for Stellar.
I don't see
One
that
for Stellar.
going away.
Well, here, look at it.
For my children's not going to go away.
No, love is what remains. When they talk about near-death experiences, they often say, I see this and I see that. Well, their body isn't through the eyes that we have, the ocular, all of that, and the auricular and the ears. We see and hear and speak non-verbally. I mean, it's all happening, but in a better way. That's what the near-death experiences report back. It's far greater.
What you just said hit me, because one thing that has always bothered me is that when I was dead, I was speaking with someone, but my mouth was not moving.
Right, exactly.
And I was like,
Right.
so we were having
Right.
this conversation, but I was not like verbally speaking, but I was speaking. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like my mouth was not moving. I wasn't making a voice.
Exactly.
Yet we were having a conversation, and that makes so much sense now.
Well, Janie, when we die, we go home. We don't remember when we're born here that we were in a home elsewhere, eternal life. So when we're here, we were given this machine wrapped in human skin with all kinds of complexity, a nervous system, a brain, the final frontier of the brain, a very complex spinal system and everything. So we've got all that going for us. And somehow all of that, which is evolutive, came over time. We're communicating spiritually, our deepest aspirations and hopes and dreams. But we're not aware that we have the ability, once we shed this bag of skin, to be able to speak out in ways that we can't do while we wear this humanity. When the humanity is gone, we'll be liberated, completely liberated. to be able to speak. Brian, hello. To speak out in ways that will be, and that's what I think is just, it's wonderful to see that validated at the University of Virginia, where they do more near-death experience studies than anywhere else. So we have that to look forward to. Things won't be more difficult for us, they will be easier.
That's wonderful.
Well, it's got to be
I had
easier.
never made that connection before.
Yeah. What, Dolly?
I said it
Dolly?
has to be easier. Life is not easy. Life is not, I mean, you've got to work until you die. Not work maybe as a profession, but you still have to work. I mean, and there's stress, and there's loss, and there's all that stuff. So it's not easy being human.
No, it isn't. And that's exactly, we come into this world a tiny little soft package of skin, and we come out of the womb and scream and yell, and somebody puts our mouth onto our mother's nipple, and we begin to, well, we breathe, and we draw nourishment, and we begin to grow, and over the course of time we learn and become emotionally and even spiritually, hopefully, more in tune. The whole purpose of life is to grow. But it's growing within this humanity that we've embraced. We're wearing humanity. When Jesus came into the world, the Word was made flesh. When we came into the world, our spirit was made flesh. I'm not saying we're identical. I'm just saying the similarities should be obvious to us. When we leave the world, we leave the flesh. And our soul, which is deeply spiritual and immortal, will go on. And the love, I think that the lessons, Earth School 101, what we've learned from being here and all of the limitations that Janie was talking about earlier, because we have to make it all happen through this organism called our human condition. And that's challenging, that's difficult, that's painful.
Hey, Conklin, even with nipples, male breasts are pointless.
I wonder about that. If why did they say the brain in vitro when we're developing in our mother's womb, the default brain is female. Right between the 4th and 6th month, we get the surge of hormones. It'll either remain female for those who are anatomically female. For those who are male, it'll be a sudden surge of male hormones, unless something goes wrong, and then that's called dysphoria. So the human brain may not match with the anatomy. But what's really, I think, going... Oh, sorry. I thought you said something. Hello?
Not me. I'm probably muted.
Oh, I thought I fell off the earth. Yeah, I'm just saying that, the whole course of life is one in which we're trying to, how do they put it? I think it was Teilhard de Chardin talked about, we're not human beings on a spiritual journey. What we are is spiritual beings on a human journey. Our spiritual soul is eternal. It's a gift from God. It may be part of what God is, his essence, which is eternal, and it has the capacity to love. And the spiritual soul is now on a human journey. We came into this world, we broke through human history, we incarnated as well, our soul did, it was a gift from God, and now we're human beings on a spiritual journey. And the goal being
I hate to agree with you about anything, but what you just said about being a spiritual being with a human experience, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's we don't often think of it that way. That's right.
No, but you are right. Dang.
Well, it probably makes more sense that way, because when we're spiritual beings on a human journey, then we have deference to the reality that we believe that we are eternal, which is only because God gave us that eternal capacity, that gift from God that we're... I don't know why God is so generous with us. That's what Rabbi Abraham Heschel has said in his book, what was it called? I Ask for Wonder. And he says in it, we examine the clouds always moving. The earth is always fresh and new. And we human beings are busy hunting, hating, and hurting. We're violent. And one day we are embarrassed by our clashes with nature and with each other especially. And he said it's gratefulness that makes the soul great. And when we become awoke to all that is, we will be grateful. If we have no gratefulness in our life, then we're not yet awoke to what God has given us. That's what Heschel, Abraham, with all my heart.
No. Do you believe that's the awokenness? Do you believe that happens at baptism?
Well, a baptism is a seed. Baptism, I believe, baptism is a Christ seed. It's a seed that's planted deeply and darkly within us, and through a lifetime of faith, it comes to fruition in the Christ life of Jesus of Nazareth inside of us. That's what the Gospel of John says. You know, it is, or St. Paul echoes it too. It's no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And so that's that Christ seed at baptism. It's a seed of faith. It's when anybody who loves us says, let me tell you a story that is the most important story you'll ever hear in your entire life. It's God's story. And that story is a seed that grows within us, I believe. But like I talked about with Christian nationalism, we have to be careful about that seed doesn't become... you know what a mustard seed is? A mustard seed... Yeah. And Jesus said one of his stories was the kingdom of God is like a mustard seed. What people don't realize is a mustard seed was at that time the smallest seed in the Middle East. It's not the smallest seed in the world, but it's very small. And Jesus said his kingdom is like a mustard seed. Well, you know what? A mustard seed is a wild, pungent weed. A wild, pungent weed. It grows easily. It has takeover properties. If a mustard seed was sown in your field of wheat was the bread of the rich, and barley was the bread of the poor in Jesus' day. If a mustard seed was spread in your wheat field, it would ruin it. And Jesus said, my kingdom is like a mustard seed. Now, and he's addressing first century Palestinian farmers who that's their scourge. Don't talk to me about, and I put a picture of a mustard seed up here earlier. If a mustard seed takes over in your harvest is done. You got to wait till next year. You got to clean out your soil. You have to rid it, or it's not going to be of any purpose. Jesus is trying to say is I'm going to change your life. I'm the mustard seed, and when I get into your life life will never be the same. You're done being a farmer. Now you're going to be a person of faith. You're going to be a whole different person, and that's really what's behind the parable of the mustard seed. The mustard seed can say that Jesus is invasive.
He will invade.
Absolutely invasive. Absolutely invasive. He intends for you to be different. If you want to do this, he grabbed 4 fishermen, Peter, Andrew, James, and John. And he said, you're done with that. Now you'll fish for souls, for men, for human beings. You'll bring faith to them. That's what you'll bait the hook of faith. And yeah, the mustard seed was just an example that, you were doing this before, but now I tell you, you're going to be doing something more important. But that's called awakening. If we never awaken, we'll be doing what Elon Musk is doing. You can accumulate all the wealth in the world, and it will rot in bins. And the scripture that talks about men like Elon Musk. And it'll be all for naught if it isn't building the kingdom of God. Bottom line.
I asked you about baptism, and this is the reason why I did, was I do not ever remember, I have no memory of not being awoke. I have no memory of not having the faith, the Christian faith. And so I kind of thought maybe, like you said, it started with baptism, but because I don't remember. My children remember not having that feeling of 100% knowledge, but I have no memory of that.
But remember one thing. It's like the Jesuit said, where does your faith begin and end? It's not knowing Bible passages. It's not mental. And it's not even in your heart where you feel things deeply and you have compassion. Remember, he said it's in your ass where you sit. Meaning all of that's for naught. Your mind, your heart, if you don't get up off your ass and build the kingdom of God, it's for nothing. And I think that's where the rubber and the road come together. In the gospel, Jesus is saying you must do these things. Matthew 25. Have you fed anybody lately? Have you rescued anybody? Have you offered them hope? Because if you've done that, you've helped me. That's his kingdom. That's the interior kingdom that expresses itself in the outside world.
You know, I know people who think. Go ahead. It's hard talking to people when you can't see them because you don't know you're interrupting them. So go ahead.
Dolly, can I ask you? Is your microphone close by to your device?
Yes, it was. It's not now.
Okay, because that's why it was
Sorry.
echoing. I think that's okay.
Okay, is it better now? I took it off.
Yeah, it is.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Is that better?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Go ahead, Janie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm eating chips. If you thought I was talking, I must be chewing too loudly.
No, she gets some echo, is all it is. Yeah, just a little echo. It's
Okay. 'Cause
electronic.
I wasn't talking. I'm stuffing my mouth with chips right now.
Well, listen, Janie. If I had the chance of eating chips or speaking to somebody, I'd probably eat the chips twice on Sunday. Thank you for getting my humor.
Well, Dolly, yeah, that's Dolly's theology of the potato chip, and I hope everyone's written this down. Just kidding.
Between potato chips and maybe somebody that you kind of sort of like a little bit, potato chips.
Yeah. Well, I think that you'll have a lot of company. Many people will agree with you strongly.
It's
and you said that we won't be talking in heaven? The language of heaven is silence? Jude, do you plan on seeing me in the afterlife? Have you ever met me? I talk all the time.
And that's why, Dolly, you need to begin now to practice. Very seriously, make these changes.
Janie, close your ears, honey.
Uh-oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, you ignorant SLUT. There you go.
Oh.
Talking to Stellar Night Meal.
She's quoting Saturday Night Live. Jane, you ignorant
yes,
slut.
I am.
Yeah.
But her name's Janie, and I was afraid she might think I was talking to her.
No. Completely different. Jane Curtin. Yeah.
Oh, I loved her. I loved Saturday Night Live.
Oh,
back
it
then.
was.
I may be a slut, but I'm not ignorant.
That's right. Call me slut if you want, but don't you dare call me ignorant slut.
Well, I'm ignorant, but not a slut, so. Together, we're almost a human being.
I'm surprised. CNN and Fox News don't use those lines back and forth against each other. But maybe they do. Yeah. CNN, you ignorant slut. Fox News, you ignorant slut. Back and forth.
Well, they kind of do, just in different language. They don't use the word slut.
They use worse words than that, yeah.
Yeah, they call them irresponsible. Well, never mind.
I don't mind being schooled. I really don't. As long as it's genuine, it's meaningful, and it's true. I don't mind being schooled. People can do it a little nicer if they try, but we all need it from time to time.
And that's why you fall asleep when I started talking about coaching. I just heard that.
Especially you, Dolly. I didn't say that.
Janie did. I knew she did.
No, that was the one-armed man. He did it.
Oh. I knew he was here.
What?
I was throwing my voice. I know how to do ventriloquism.
Oh, do you?
That was very good, Janie. I was impressed. I really thought it was him.
I know you did. That's
I
how
know.
good I am.
Janie, thank you. You saved my the place I sit. Thank you.
Hey, I got your back, Feller.
You got my back. I appreciate it.
You said ass 4 times tonight. I counted it. And you
I
weren't
know.
talking about donkey. So when you talk about saving your thing that you sit on, you could have said ass for the 5th time tonight.
Right. I mean, if nobody would ask me no questions, I would not tell them lies. I think it's been a good discussion. I feel better. I know that today started off just horrible for me.
It did.
Somebody's death diminishes me. It affects me. I don't know if I'm one of those people that can brush it off. I live in reality because around the world people are dying every single day, every minute. And
Yes.
I don't think we're meant to hang on to that. That's too much angst and emotional trauma to deal with. But I do think when it comes knocking on our door, we need to take it seriously. And that's what I think is happening in this country right now. I mean, if we looked at Africa... Go ahead, Jane. Sorry.
I just was going to say, I think it's the means that makes it harder to just let go to, as people die every day, and I can't be angsty about every single person, although every life is important. But it's what people are meant to do, to die. We're going to.
Yeah.
But I think the means of the deaths that we have been seeing make them a lot more disheartening.
Oh, absolutely. And it's completely, in many cases, unnecessary. A death that is the result of human evil calculations. How do we account for that? There's avoidable death. USAID, USAID sent millions of dollars to Africa, for example, and they were saving children with largely avoidable illnesses that inoculations would prevent, and all of that aid that stopped. What's that?
Measles. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, measles. Well, a lot of other diseases that we've eradicated that are still a problem in Africa and other places, and to see that, that's a. Well, yeah, that's what
People
we
are
said.
dying in Texas from measles, from baby shots that they are readily available.
Well, no, I know, and I think that's been No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just saying that death is happening around the world, and any time it happens, it's equally important and traumatizing. Sometimes humans, I don't think evolution has not given us enough time to really absorb. Maybe that's what heaven does. We feel deeply about every human soul. God knows how many there have lived their lives on and have passed on. But while we're here, I know emotionally there's a certain limit to what I can do emotionally, and we need to take a break. Jesus said at some point, go off to a quiet place where you're not distracted and pray, and make that your time of spiritual recuperation, because we're not in this present state of being in our human condition. We're not capable of dealing with all of these. I don't even think that we're capable of dealing with the tremendous influx of data, information that has happened in the last 25, 30 years. To evolve generally takes hundreds and hundreds of years. Young people are being inundated with information.
Oh, yeah.
They're living a life where they meet thousands of people online, where a child 2 generations back might have met 10 or 15. They might have been in a small country school class of 25 or 30 students. And now it's just a completely different world, and I don't know if young people have had an opportunity, I know they haven't, to evolve to embrace that much change, that much information, and that much emotional impact on themselves.
Well, and also parents aren't ready for that either. We don't know how to school or teach our children all that. One, I don't have that knowledge, but two, Right. They're facing things that we don't understand.
Yeah. Jedi, this is not a place for you, so I'm going to ask you not to comment anymore. We have been mourning the death of another human being that died needlessly. If you're going to simply just write that off, oh, this is nothing different, but we need to really protect Trump, you don't belong here. And I won't tolerate it. So move your ass along, okay? That's the way that's going to be.
Amen. And I will say, if this is nothing new to you, then I suppose you are more prepared for what's going on than I am, because this is new to me. And as Stellar said, we're mourning the death of Alex Preddy, who was a human being who woke up with plans for his day.
I might add, if it had been you, I'd be mourning your death as well.
I would too.
Yep.
These are human beings. They're not tools and pawns to be used. We can't justify anyone's death as, well, they shouldn't have been here or shouldn't there. You know what? These people are exercising their rights as American citizens to protest. It's part of the amendments in our Constitution, the Fourth Amendment, to gather. We have the ability of freedom of speech in the First Amendment, and they have every right to be where they want to be. Nobody has the right to gun you down. And I might add, I was trying to count the number of gunshots that were made. I heard 6 distinct ones, and then I heard a whole, almost like an array of shots after that. I was trying to process, I don't know if you guys heard it as well, when the autopsy is done, it would not surprise me if that young man, 37-year-old nurse, was shot a dozen or more times. And then I try to process, what does it mean for a group of armed people to shoot someone and continue to shoot them that many times? What does it mean? What's going through their head? I think we have to ask questions having to do with the basic human condition and what makes us humane people. And I think we're going to have to ask ourselves why. We were asking ourselves why were three shots made at Miss Good. Why would there be at least, I would say, a dozen shots fired at him?
I heard 10, but I wasn't counting really well. Yeah. At least 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, after that.
Real quick. And it was hard to count, but it was at least 10.
Kind of like a machine gun at the end. It was like maybe a bunch of them pulled out their guns. I don't know. But I know I counted at least 5 or 6 at the beginning.
That would make sense.
If I can share something too, and I do not think this is gospel, but when I watched it the last time from that new angle, the man who removed his gun from him, which it came from under his coat or in his waist area, so it was not in his hand, but the man who removed it and started walking away from the pile of people, it sounded like he was saying gun, 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 because he had the gun.
And he had the gun, yeah.
Exactly, he had the gun away from him. And that is not what you do. You say, I have the gun.
The lack of professionalism. Exactly.
Yes, he was just saying gun, 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 and then they immediately started shooting at me.
Yeah, I think that's what we're beginning to see. I heard that normally ICE agents are given 7 weeks of training. They're given 47 days. You know why it's 47 days?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Because of the number 47 president. Now, that's what I heard from people who would be in an official position to know. Whether they're making that up, I hope they're not. But that's not enough training, and we're seeing more and more mistakes, and the police are pointing them out. The mistakes that are basic mistakes that are, when you're in training, these things are being gone through, but it takes time. You can't rush people through. I've also heard that when people fill out being an ICE agent, fill out the paperwork, if they mention the word officer, they skip a bunch of training. And they might be a loan officer, for God's sake. And that is not being looked at by a human being, but it's being scanned by some computer device. And these people are missing out on a whole lot of important training that could determine life and death. I think we have sloppy... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You finish.
Well, I think what we're seeing is the effects of not being properly trained, and we're losing lives over it. You go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to say then, after the man starts walking away with Alex's gun, and he's saying gun, 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 and then they shoot, and then what it seemed to me was that they rolled him over, and one of the agents started saying, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" Because he couldn't find the gun on Alex, and it was because the other man had already relieved him of the gun.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Which did not come out of his hand. It came out of his waist area. So, even I have not been trained to be law enforcement. And I know that you don't start yelling gun in a group of people.
With guns.
He should have said, "I've got the gun. I've acquired the gun.
Exactly.
I have his gun," something. But he just starts walking away saying, "Gun, gun, gun." And they immediately start shooting.
Of course they did.
Yeah, that's what's frightening.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah. But do you expect the Department of Justice and the rest of the FBI, are they going to truly look at this with absolute clarity and without any kind of bias? No. They're going to continue to do what they've been doing, and that's protect their own agents.
And I have yet to
so I Nazis? Like that equivalent?
Well, yeah, I think easily it's equivalent. Absolutely.
Oh.
I don't know what other word you can use for it. They wouldn't use that word. I would. That the behavior is the same. They're asking for our paperwork. Isn't that the famous thing that happened with the show us your paperwork? Most Americans don't carry around a birth certificate with them.
No.
And I've still yet to see any evidence of him holding his gun before all this happened. I've not seen that. I'm not saying it's not out there. Maybe it is. But I've not seen it. The only images I've seen of him, he's clearly holding a cell phone. And then in another one, he is trying to help the woman who has been pepper sprayed. And he's got a cell phone in one hand, and he's holding up his other hand because an agent is spraying him directly in the face from about 7 inches away with pepper spray.
Yeah.
Oh, dear God.
Well, the video that I had was one I was hoping that I saw another one before that. I said, look, there's somebody on the opposite side filming. And that's the one I think that we were looking at today when I showed these films. And it does give a better angle. Unless there's something back further beyond that, it looked like we saw almost the entirety. Actually, I didn't play all of it. It goes back even further. I wanted to shorten it a little bit so that, because I had so much I was trying to present. But it doesn't appear that he drew his weapon. I mean, that seems preposterous to think, and why would he? I think that he was, the lady was sprayed in the face. He was assisting her. He was a nurse. Makes sense. And maybe he didn't get out of the way fast enough, or they were pushing. Whatever happened, he ended up on the ground. They probably, in grabbing him, maybe they felt the gun and removed it. And then gun, 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 and bang, he's dead.
Right. But they did pepper spray him too when he was trying to help that woman.
Right, exactly.
I've seen that still frame.
Yeah.
So not only before they took him down did you get pepper spray, but then they were punching him in the face, 6 people holding him down, and then someone says gun, 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 and he gets shot. And we don't know at this point. He may have even been the one to disclose to them that he had a gun on him when they took him down, because that's what you're supposed to do if you're a licensed concealed carry person.
I'm
You're supposed
hopeful.
to say, I have.
Yeah, and there will be other witnesses. They didn't shoot everybody. And there are witnesses of people who were there right in the proximity that hopefully will be able to tell us that. And I'm also hopeful there'll be other footage from cell phones that we'll see.
There is
And another
a
thing is they've already come out with. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, another thing they're already trying to sell to us is that they rendered immediate aid to him. And my eyes do not lie, because we watched it in the video you showed. Nobody was rendering aid to him in the entirety of what we saw. So that's not immediate. Now, if they rendered aid, maybe eventually they got around to it, but that is not in anything I've seen anyone rendering aid to him.
Right. If he was hit with as many bullets as shots that we heard fired, I don't think there would have been no aid that could have saved him. They were at point blank range, target practice. He was on the ground, defenseless, and they were just shooting him continually.
Is that true, Phil?
Is Phil here? Oh, hi, Phil.
I have not heard that.
Oh, I didn't hear that either, Phil. Is that right? Oh, my God. That's amazing. Yeah, hi, Evelyn. Do either one of you want to come up on panel? Because quite frankly, I'm getting really tired of Janie and Dolly. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
I'm sick of you too.
I know. The love is just everywhere tonight. Oh, it's what you read? Oh, wow.
Did you hear what Luke just said in the background?
No.
He said that the lady who took the video, who was in the pink jacket there on the side.
Right, the pink jacket.
Has already been warned, and she's afraid to go home now because the federal agents are looking for her.
Oh, my God. I thought that was her film. I don't know if it was, but it was in the proximity of where she was. I'm not surprised to hear that. That reinforces what we've been saying, is that they're covering up, and they'll do it in any way they have to. They'll do it any way they have to. What I'm worried about is tomorrow or tonight. Things are getting and can get much uglier. This is really out of hand. This is what Trump wants. What he'd like to do is see people come out and fight and there be a war going on in the street. I hope it doesn't come to that. I think we need to have all this evidence, if we have it, to come out and be able to state unequivocally what really took place. That the lies won't be able to stand up to the testimony of the camera.
Luke is catching me up to date. Luke says that Trump has now said that if Minnesota provides, Bondi said it, being the voice of Trump, that if Minnesota provides their voter rolls and recalls being a sanctuary city, they will remove ICE.
Oh, what a bunch of bullshit. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. The irony of that is if they want to find the highest concentration of people who have crossed the border illegally, we already know where they are. They're in Texas and Florida. But you know where they are, ICE? They're in blue states. That's a fact.
Right. The states that the Trump administration has a problem with, and the cities.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The ones who won't bow.
Yeah.
And
well, Evelyn,
Bill says
yeah.
he's already taken in.
He what? Say that again?
Bill said he heard she was already taken in, but he has no source.
Yeah, I hope she handed off her camera to somebody else.
Yeah.
Evelyn, I'm going to kind of wrap up here. I think, this is really an emotional one for me. And I appreciate, I'll come over to your live though.
Before we do that, Tony, Dolly said she wanted to say something, and I'm sorry because I cut her off.
Oh. Yeah, Dolly. Dolly? Oh, Dolly. Hello, Dolly. This is Stellar Dolly.
Oh, no.
We're waiting to hear your voice in just a moment. Dolly, are you there? We can't hear you if you are. Her footage was dropped already. Oh, good. Good. Long gone. You dropped off? Oh, Dolly jumped off. I didn't know that.
Dolly, I'm so sorry. What do you want to say? Come say it.
Well, unless they kill this woman and shut it, Stellar, which they, they're getting themselves in deeper. She's going to hopefully be free to. I imagine a lot of people, including her, heard a great deal of things that maybe we didn't hear on the camera, and we need to hear all of it. Yeah, I think we'll close, Evelyn, and we'll anybody who can join us over at your premiere. I'll just close with a song. I was going to do Elton John, that song, but I think I'll do the Abraham Martin or John. Is that okay with everybody? And we'll close
up.
It's fine
by me, and thank you for the prayer and the talk. I feel better getting all that off.
Thank you. I do too. I feel better as well. This was a tough one. I knew it would be. Well, okay, so Janie and Dolly and everybody on side chat, thank you for coming in tonight. And let's all head over to Evelyn's. We'll just take it out with the anthem in the 60s, which is, we're reliving again in the 2025. We're reliving much of that. So let's go ahead and close with that. Oh, I got to take myself off screen. Sorry. And Janie, I took you off.
Anybody here seen my old friend Abraham? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. I just looked around and he's gone. Anybody here seen my old friend John? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. I just looked around and he's gone. Anybody here seen my old friend Martin? Can you tell me where he's gone? He freed a lot of people, but it seemed good they die young. I just looked around and he's gone. Didn't you love the things that they stood for? Didn't they try to find some good for you and me? And we'll be free someday soon. It's gonna be one day. Anybody here seen my Bobby. Can you tell me where he's gone? I thought I saw him walking up over the hill with Abraham and Martin